Okay, settled. Hello. Evening. Oh, why is there ants on my table? Oh dear me. Genuinely, why are there ants on my table? I don't always eat food on this table. Is there food on the table? What are they crawling towards? Hmm? I don't know why are there ants on my table. Oh, oh else. Okay, hi. Um rare stream. Because YouTube wouldn't know this, but on Twitch, I didn't categorize this as Arknights or Enfield. I categorized this as chatting, which means I'm playing none of the games. I am purely gonna be here for like 2 or 3 hours to chill and talk to everybody for the time being. So yeah, I thought I was gonna dive into WoW. I'm not well enough to dive into WoW right now. I'm still sick. I'm still recovering from my sickness. So if you followed my Discord random announcements that I do sometimes, I couldn't actually do my wisdom tooth surgery because apparently I'm sick. So what they basically stated is you're not supposed to do it while you're sick because it might worsen your sickness. So like basically if anesthesia interacts with the sickness, things can go wrong. And that's why they said I need to recover. I was hoping to be like fully recovered by tomorrow, but then I have a feeling I'm still not gonna fully recover by tomorrow, which makes me a little bit sad. But uh, yeah, I basically won't be able to do my surgery, and then as a result, I can only do my surgery next week. Which, to be honest, apparently my wisdom tooth isn't causing me as much pain as it was before. Suddenly, it just stabilized, but I still feel a little bit of like it's impacting my head a bit. So that's kind of annoying. Like I went from a probably important urgent case to now, if I told the clinic actually I'm not feeling as much pain anymore, there's a chance that they might delay my surgery, and then as a result, I can't do it on the same day. Like I can do it on the same day if I went to a private clinic, but that would mean that I'll pay more money. But then if I decided to do it in like a cheaper governmental way, the problem is I will wait for the queue. So now I'm in a complication of like I actually do not know what I want to do because technically speaking, my wisdom tooth isn't causing me as much problems as it used to. So yeah, I genuinely don't know what I want to do. I'll decide it like within today and tomorrow to see what I'm gonna do with my wisdom tooth. But yeah, I'm sick. I found out that I'm not the only person who's sick. Like a lot of my friends happen to be sick. What's the TLDR on my wisdom tooth? Basically, I woke up one day. Sorry, I was going to bed after. It's funny because this happened on the day when I played the Mifu patch of Enfield. So meaning I played 1.3 stream. So if you just rewatch like the final hour of the 1.3 stream, you will realize that I'm like I become more lethargic and tired. And then I basically ended the stream with the worst headache that I could imagine. Like I've never experienced it. Well, actually, not gonna lie, I do experience it from time to time. But this time was like the worst. So I basically pressed against my right side of my head, and then I found out that uh there's a term for this, but I cannot confirm that it's true until a doctor tells me it's true, which is I got a cluster headache. So a cluster headache means that the headache only happens on one side. But the reason why I cannot call it a cluster headache is because cluster headache tends to be chronic, meaning like it happens from time to time randomly. Which to a certain extent, that does happen to me from time to time randomly. But I cannot recall if it happens on the same side or different sides. But basically I had a one-sided headache. That's the more not confirmatory term to explain what's going on with me. So it was the worst headache I think I've ever experienced. My younger brother came into the bedroom, asked me, "Am I okay?" I said, "No, I am dying." I just straight up said that to him, and like yeah, I couldn't sleep for the night. It basically ruined my sleep cycle for quite a terrible time. And I had that for like 2 days. But then it was that day that I realized I was also experiencing pain in my jaw. So I was experiencing pain here and I was experiencing pain here. So I thought this was related to this. Meaning like because my wisdom tooth was impacting me, I think it's hurting the nerve that so what I found out is that your brain has a nerve and then like your pain sensor is like here. So the thing is that pain sensor is like connected into this three things like that. So like I basically feel pain here and here. So I'm thinking this must be hurting this. That's why I needed a way to just quickly extract the wisdom tooth. I think I'm still going to do it as soon as possible because when I went to a dental clinic, they basically told me that my wisdom tooth is already infected. Like as in it's swollen and it's red and everything. So like it's probably infected. So I think that again, the problem with me going for an emergency care is that the emergency care tends to only do it if you're feeling intense pain. But I'm at the point or at the stage where I'm not feeling intense pain, but I'm still feeling side effects from it existing. So it's really annoying. I'll see how those things go, and if that happens, then I'll be offline for like 2 days. But I felt sick on that. Like the day after, I had the worst sickness I could imagine. So the day after, I happened to stream IS for you guys, right? Like I was playing IS 6. When I ended the stream, I wanted to go to bed, and I realized I couldn't go to bed because I had the next worst sickness I could imagine. I've never experienced this before, and I don't think any of you realize. It sounds very disgusting, but guys, falling sick is a normal symptom. Okay, it's not as disgusting as one of the sickness I had last time, but I'll coin this the second worst. I did not realize that my shirt was wet. I was like, what the fuck is it wet with? Because I don't think I was sweating. I realized my nose was dripping throughout the stream. I didn't know. So apparently I had runny nose, but the runny nose couldn't, like, you know how when you have runny nose, you might sniff to like, pull it back into your nose, that type of thing, right? So when the stream ended, I realized my runny nose could not be controlled. I couldn't sniff it back in. It kept flowing out of my nose. I was like, what the fuck? I stood at the sink there and like, it doesn't always flow, but like every few minutes, it will just get out. No. So if I sit down like that, I guess it'll dribble in my mouth. But if I lean forward, right, it's the sensation that it will actually just come out on its own. And like I cannot rescue it. It just gets out on its own. And I was like, oh my goodness, what is going on? I think I must be falling ill. And then yeah, I was sick for several days. And it felt like shit. So I don't know if my microphone comes across now as me being sick, but my voice isn't exactly the same as what I remember, because I can feel like basically my voice is a bit more I don't know, deeper, because like I'm still recovering from the amount of coughing that I had to do. It could be COVID, by the way. I genuinely do not know. Oh, I do sound sick? Okay. I don't know how my microphone does when it comes to showing off my sickness and whatnot. So yeah, I'm unwell, and I found out that everyone around me is still unwell. What about the wisdom tooth extraction? So yeah, I mean the TLDR is I have to wait till I recover from my sickness in order to do the wisdom tooth extraction, so that they allow me to. But when I went to I said this on the day of the IS6 stream, that is like, I basically realized that the entire clinic, including the doctors and the nurses, were also sick. So like, I think it's just it could be a country thing. The weather might be affecting everybody. That is like, I think all of us are falling sick at the same time. So my good friend in like our little friend group chat also mentioned to me that he fell sick, like pretty badly, and he told me he has a fever and everything. So I'm just there like, thank you for not making me feel like I'm alone in this ordeal, and that we are all actually ill in this together. So yeah, I mean, I'm also hearing my neighbor coughing like shit. Like when I go to shower, or when I'm like, because I live in an apartment building and whatnot, I can hear people coughing through my window in a similar manner to me. So I think we're all fucked, and I don't feel so lonely in the state of being fucked. All right, so there's that. That's why I'm not as active in terms of like making videos and streams. Yeah, I think the reason why Singapore's experiencing this is because we're not used to the weather, to be honest. Because like, our weather is very, very drastic. We got the hottest days and maybe the coldest days at the same time. because when it rains, it sometimes the rain can be hot, but there are also days where because it's raining, it becomes kind of cold. So I think our body is just like transitioning back and forth between the super hot sun and then the sudden like wet, cold vibe. Yeah, I don't think Singapore's alone exactly. I think it's also in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. Also, I've heard that you all told me about this on the stream that I did recently, and only recently I read the news about Philippines having the earthquake. I hope that all of you are fine, your family are fine. Um, I wouldn't know if we lose a viewer because of that, but like I do hear that there were casualties during the earthquake. But at least from what I saw from a lot of the videos, there were a lot of protocols that people um had in response to the earthquake. This is just gonna get worse, honestly. This is just like a bit of a start because of the whole El Nino weather situation that is gonna cause both Southeast Asia and South America to go into a bit of a havoc in the next 2 months. So we're just gonna have to live with it. You don't know if you change the camera angle, but the background on my right looks more visible. You mean like this? This background? I think so. Not sure. It was a 7.8. 7.8 is quite high. 8 point something is even worse. The way that magnitude works is that the every decimal place makes it exponentially worse. It's not linear. It's like there's a chance that we say 8.5 is 2 times worse than 7.8 type of thing. I don't know what's the actual math, but you get my point. They say that every day the heat will go higher. Every day with the heat going higher, my resolve for not having children increases. I'm dying to heat. I'm sorry to whoever is my future partner. I mean, if my future partner says they want kids, I'll be fine. But like, my future partner says they don't want kids, I'm like, okay as well. Cause like, I think my kid will suffer in this world. What on earth? No, but it's a genuine thing. I say this to my friends at times. Like, I literally tell them, the world's getting screwed. We're having random wars for no reason, and then global warming is too real. Every day is getting hotter. I'm dying to the sun. If I let someone else come into this world, they'll die to an even worse sun. I kind of don't want them to feel that. I'd rather not, you know, and let them have peace in whatever other realm there is. Birth decline issues. Yeah, I know. I thought about it in this form of like, oh, I guess I'm contributing to the birth decline issue if I say that. But like, nah, I'm good. Let other people who want to be breeders to do the job. I don't have to. They can hold the responsibility. Not me. They can hold the responsibility of having 4 children screaming in their ears when they say, "Why do you put us in this world when we're having a war right now?" Right? So there's that. Also, I was pretty surprised by this. Uh by the way, is Netherlands and Korea happening later? Any World Cup followers? I'm gonna sleep because I just realized the World Cup is not viewable for Asians. Like, fuck, the fucking games are at 1 a.m., 4 a.m., 7 a.m., my country time. I'm not gonna watch a single match. I can't be bothered. I mean, a lot of people will be skipping work and then taking a day off when the semi-finals and the finals come. But by the way, I don't watch football. But the only football I kind of care to watch is um World Cup because I think it's fun. Even though I don't like the host of this year being USA, but whatever, I still enjoy the 4 year occasion and seeing the people's fun. Yeah, I think Korea is happening in the middle of the night, and I don't think I'm going to stay up till then today. And I'm also going to see the results. I thought that match would be fun because I saw all the opening matches. I saw like the list of the match of like everything, and then like I realized all the groups aren't that interesting. Like there's 48 countries competing, and it's gonna be 48 down to 32. I don't think there's that much. Like the only fun ones are like, well, I don't know, Brazil, Morocco, Netherlands, and Korea. I'm excited for Japan. I hope Japan do well and not get cooked in the playoff draw. Singapore's never in the World Cup. Not yet, at least. But we're in the Asian Cup for the first time. Yeah. Who do I want to win the World Cup? I don't think they will. But I love dark horses rather than formulated names. So I want Japan to go far. I will be a very happy Asian if Japan goes top four. But they've not gone top four for many years already. Um, I don't think Korea will go top four. Personally, maybe top eight, but Japan top four would be fun. Will I watch the World Cup? Not all. I can't watch everything because the timing of the, like I said, the timing of the show is just inconvenient for Asians. It's not fun. I mean, I'll watch Valorant in the meantime while they are playing the groups game, which I got really pissed off because another Asian team fell in Valorant yesterday. Global Esports fell to China, and that really irritated me because, not gonna lie, they kind of talk a lot of smack but only lose. So, oh well, only Paperex is left. Yeah, G lost to XLG. I can't believe it. But tomorrow I get to watch Paperex Leviathan. So that's a good match. I'll enjoy that. I don't think I'll watch it with you guys on like my Discord server, that kind of thing. So yeah. Okay, one last thing about the World Cup, the reason why I brought it up. I'm surprised that Iran and USA are playing. Iran is also still playing in the World Cup. That's gonna be a mega complication, is it not? Especially for the fact that it's hosted in US. I literally had to check the groups. I saw that Iran is playing. I was like, aren't they at war with specifically US? So I went to read up and I found out that their athletes don't train in Iran and that their athletes currently train in Mexico. But then there's now an Italian news article where US is like trying to give complications to the to the Iranian viewers and players even. Yeah, they'll be playing in the Mexico Stadium. That's correct. But what happens if they qualify? That's gonna be fucked, right? If they qualify and then go into the US territory. It's to the point, I don't think they will, because I think their group is pretty hard for them to actually qualify and do something. But I absolutely do not mind if Iran qualifies, only to, like, it would be funny if they qualify, get on the US stadium, maybe even win a game. Because you know the Americans and yeah, I actually want to drama watch the World Cup. I mean, it's just hilarious, is it not? I don't think Iran can draw US in the playoff draw because the playoff draw already have the sequence of teams that are playing. I don't think they made it such that US can possibly play Iran in the first round. They can enter USA but have to leave immediately after the match. So dumb. I don't even know if US is gonna do. Okay, no, US. I think the opening matches got easy groups, as in like the host cities, Mexico, Canada, and US. I mean, Canada might be the weakest, but I think they all got easy groups to play to qualify themselves. Can you imagine if Iran wins the World Cup? No, no, it's not gonna happen. I mean, we all can all like even. By the way, I'm not into football, but I think even as the biggest casual people, there are probably several nameable countries that will all say wouldn't win the World Cup at all. No chance. There's plenty of countries that will say, okay, maybe if they're playing like their best game every single match, they'll get there. So yeah, I don't know. US will not win the World Cup. That I'm fairly certain. Okay. Anyways, you all have all popped into the stream after my little frontal 20-minute banter. Shall we get on to the topic of the day? because I basically covered that I'm sick. I randomly covered the World Cup, and then okay, what's with my stream title that I've done for today? Okay, spicy topic, spicy and sad. So let's put it this way. I think my sickness came in at a very opportune time. That I think I am getting royally fed up with updates. I am genuinely angered. Updates and feel both. Both game titles. Not that I don't like the games. Okay, I need to make it very clear to everyone that I love Arknights and I love Enfield in their own ways and in their own rights. But I think I I think the game has hit a breaking point for me. So the reason why I say that I'm fed up is okay. So I don't know if Smart decided to mention this in the chat with him. I won't spill what we talked about, but we had our own private conversation with each other, to share our thoughts and our feelings to each other. And he also decided to share his thoughts to his own stream and everything. But apparently people weren't taking him very well, or taking him very seriously. And perhaps people won't take me very seriously when I say this as well. But like the thing that I have to say that I'm fed up by is the fact that again, I think this is there isn't like a giant reason. Okay, no, actually there is a giant reason. The giant reason, first off, let's specifically say for Enfield, okay, is there is nothing to do. I don't care what Enfield defendants say. But hey, none of these will be in a video. If I were to film a video, I'll film it on a separate day. But there is nothing to do. And that pisses me the frick off. Okay? If people want to defend Enfield and say, no, you can log in and everything, I don't know what delusions they're on. Because they're not helping at all. Yeah. And like, I'm so frustrated with this because, like, if people need to understand this, they're gonna, I swear the defendants are gonna say that I'm drama farming and everything. Which I don't give a fuck at that point if they say that I'm drama farming. But the way I want to describe Enfield is this game is self-sabotaging. They're fucking shooting themselves with a rifle times 10 with every patch. Like, I'm very, very annoyed. So the thing is that this isn't. I have nothing against the way Enfield is designed and the way Enfield is done as a game. Like, what's wrong with the game? With just playing the game when it has things to do, rather than letting that bother you? Let me take the time to explain one by one. But let's start with the giant reason of the game. Okay, so the like, I think I don't have a lot of expectations set for Enfield. If anything, much of the expectations that I have of Enfield have exceeded my metrics. Like, I did not expect them to design their characters so nicely. I did not expect them I did not expect the world to always come up with good quality. Um, I do think that the enemy designs have been wonderful. The music designs have been wonderful. Like, all the aesthetic aspects of the game are top notch for me. And I still think that the combat as a 3D gacha game is one of the best. But the trouble is, there's two things currently that seriously pulls down this game. That is which is funny because that makes up almost 100% of the game if you think about it. Like, these are the things that I think people care about. One, the main content, and two, the side content. Side contents are not replayable. Main content has everyone every single patch going. This story doesn't mean anything to me. This story isn't doing good stuff to me. Right? So it's really frustrating that like I'm at a certain point that we can only cope so much when we keep telling there's nothing wrong with saying, guys, it's okay, next patch will be better. But we've been saying that 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, now 1.3, and then if 1.3 doesn't quite hit the mark, we still say, guys, it's okay, next patch will be better. People just don't have that time to wait. I'm okay with the next patch will be better if like the next patch is like, I don't know, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now. It's a whole fucking 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Like a lot of people are going to fucking quit. My friends list, where some people use their channel points to add me, genuinely has some people getting out of the game. People who like watching my content and work so hard to add me on their friends list are not playing the game. So it's frustrating. This patch will be better CC soon. Okay, here's my point. I also think CC will be good. But let me tell you the thing that genuinely fucks me up. I want to tell people CC will be good. But I can't. If the 1.3 story patch was this, okay, I don't know who here wants to rightfully say that this 1.3 story was good. I'm willing to accept okay at best, but in my opinion, this 1.3 story patch is the shittiest story I've ever played in any of AK and Enfield's history. Like combined with some of AK's worst stories, I actually think this story is worse than Ancient Forge, which is my classified worst story of AK. This is worse than 1.0. This is definitely worse than 1.0. The whole story's premise was a treasure hunt. But I didn't really feel the impact of the treasure for a start. And like, I'm so blue balled the entire story. Like, the entire storyline was AK name drop after name drop after name drop, but nothing sequences. Bro, this was better than Heart of Surging Flame. Heart of Surging Flame was carried by Taunts. Although Taunts came later, rightfully speaking. No, Heart of Surging Flame was fine. It was just a silly story. You think it was fine because it helped build the world. I'm so sorry. What world? I learned nothing much about Enfield or AK in that story. All I learned was, by the way, we've got a museum built by Terrans. The Terrans left their arts and culture here, the end. That's the treasure. What the fuck did I just read? Why couldn't you just put it in, like, put that fucking museum in Wuling City? Of course, it has to be in the deep down ruins that you keep for security purposes. But I didn't learn anything. Yeah, I'm so annoyed because the trailer kept saying that they're going to cover on the legend of the Chi Xiao. I learned nothing! What's wrong? They say they were going to learn about the legend of Chi Xiao, ends up, oh, by the way, the legend is not situated in this map. Why is that the way you pull me in, only for me to not get it? So my point being, the test area into okay, this is the worst part. The previous story that we just got was the test area. So going from test area into this is so annoying. No, okay, yeah, okay, this is the funniest way to say it. 1.3 is a patch. Maybe a singular word to say. This patch was a rage bait for AK fans. I'm not saying this was for any of the other patches, because any of the other patches, they're like a continuation of the Enfield story. This one in itself, I call it rage bait. You literally baited me to get interested in the story, only to walk out the story, receive no story. I thought this story was going to actually be good, which you could say is my fault for setting expectations high. But then again, nothing wrong. No, it's just the other thing. They say it's a side story, right? And like AK can write good side stories. And like they did this one so fucking shit. Like imagine doing a side story that doesn't necessarily have to connect to Enfield's world or AK's world for that matter. Just write a story isolated on its own for us to experience. And they couldn't do it. I was so pissed off looking at this. So like, oh, the even if I want to tell you that CC is good, okay, the fact that this is me and my reaction to this story, just there's got to be tons of other people who feel the same. And these are the people that if I tell them CC is actually okay, like you're gonna enjoy it, they won't believe me. Because the patch didn't do a good job. Yeah. Here's the thing. The whales of this game, this is the funny part. You would think that the whales and leviathans of this game would stay in the game, and I'm glad that one of you wrote that. I have genuinely heard people on Discord and other places who've spent thousands plus of dollars playing Enfield deciding to quit the game. It's not just free to plays or casuals. You would think that, oh, they have no investment and stuff. But you would think that, oh, maybe people who sunk a lot of money care about the game, sunk cost fallacy and whatnot. No. People just don't give a fuck anymore. People are getting out. So like I saw how JP is also responding to the whole revenue situation, and that they're saying, guys, it's just mobile revenue, it doesn't count PC and whatnot. But like this does not deny the fact that people are leaving the game. By how much is what we cannot tell. But there are. It's occurring. Yeah, so that's the thing. There's gonna be people who's not willing to come back for CC at this rate. So the thing that I'm so annoyed about with Enfield is, here's the thing. I've always told people this, that the reason why I'm very frustrated with the way that some of the negative reviews occurred at the start of the game is because a lot of the judgment of the game is about the base foundation and the way that they did the first patch. But I've often told people, I think the base foundation is exaggerated to the point that people think that it's really shit, when in fact, I think a lot of people will tell you, actually, 1.0 was fine. Right? Like, a lot of gacha gamers coming from other games or do not play other gacha games would say Enfield's 1.0 was, at the very minimum, just an enjoyable experience. It was a lot of gameplay that you get to play at the very start of the game, right? Like, oh wow, you get to see a big visual world, you get to see so many maps to traverse around, you get used to the combat, you start to see all kinds of enemy designs, you start to familiarize yourself with the place. It's not something you can play in one day. It's something that you can play for like a week, for 2 weeks. You're spending the time to build the factory, right? There's a lot to fill in your playtime. So that kept a lot of people feeling that this game is going to be fine. You know, so I get very pissed off with the negative reviews because the negative reviews will make the people who maybe have a semblance of interest in the game to drop off from the game. It really did happen. You know, if people watch like, oh, said YouTuber said this negative stuff, I'm not gonna try the game. I said this in my review, and a lot of people don't watch my other reviews prior to the game launch or even at 1.0. That I specifically said the problem I have with this game has nothing to do with 1.0, because I think 1.0 was fine. The trouble or what I'm looking for in this game is what the frick are they gonna do patch by patch? The content cycle, the way they update the game, was the biggest thing they needed to do well in order to prove that they know what they're doing. So the thing is, with what we've seen them do in AK, where they have such a good timeline of pumping out events, side events, new permanent stuff, such that at certain times, even players will say they feel overwhelmed because it's like they are seeing 3 things to do at the same time, or 4 things to do at the same time. What do I start playing first? Holy shit, this is like an overwhelming experience. This was kind of what I thought they would learn from in AK and bring it forward into Enfield. Because they need to realize that is one of the biggest hooks of AK. That as to why players love the franchise, as to why players want to keep playing the franchise, right? If I'm done with the side events, I got IS to play. If I'm done with the side events, I got RE to play. Hey, if there's an ongoing interlocking that is happening, if there is CC happening, I can also play. So for Enfield to not fulfill this is the part where I say that I feel that they really did the franchise a mega injustice. Because this is the very thing that people like me and other players are praising about the game. The AK is filled with good stories, the AK is filled with good gameplay, but then as a result, we don't see that in Enfield. Enfield went content route. Let's just slowly feed in stuff, and then if we have side events, let the side events not even be anything special. Let's make them interact with a bunch of NPCs to help them clean something, to help them feed food, to just make them place 3 pylons to get EXP. What the fuck? It's not activity. This is bull. So what I feel Enfield is doing so wrong is they are sabotaging themselves. They are killing all the hype and momentum that they built so high up painstakingly in the past many years and months, only to now lose all this player count because they don't want to do anything with the game. Do I think they rushed the release? I don't think they rushed the release, being honest. I feel like they do not know what they are doing. It's almost like, you know, we often say that the Enfield team and the AK team might be different people, to which I don't agree. But as the patches go on, I start to think, do they not communicate with each other and understand like why AK works as a brand for such a long time, for such many years? It is correct to say that Enfield is basically repeating what happens at the start of AK. This is very first year AK and second year AK. But I think the reason why first year AK compared to first year Enfield feels like AK had a little bit more going for it is because AK, being that tower defense strategy platform, allowed people to experiment a lot more. Because AKE has inherently less characters and less places to put your units in, people don't really have a need to stay in the game to experiment and have fun with the teams. Because it starts becoming very limited as to the things that you can fool around with, the self-imposed challenges that you could do. Right? Once you've leveled out your characters, once you've given them perfect essence, why for would you reduce them? It's the same thing in AK. Like if you build your characters in AK, you can't reduce their level, right? But what you can do is you can play other characters and learn those characters as well. That is what a lot of people did in the first year of AK, where they didn't restrict themselves to only learning the 6 stars. But in fact, they were also trying to figure out how to use the 5 stars and the 4 stars. That's why 4-star niche became a thing. That's why 3-star niche even became a thing in AK. And then that's when people realized that low rarity guides could exist. And that's how Killstin even gave birth and became a pinnacle of the AK base, because we realized, hey, this is a gacha game that you don't always have to pull for the highest stuff, and you can still play all their content. So, like, Enfield already has a tougher base for people to get creative. And now, with them not offering the platforms fast enough, it's really jeopardizing the players. Here's the thing. This is all very cyclical. You give players less to do. In the player base, this also consists of content creators. So when you give even content creators less to do, we have less content to make. We are making up content, whatever that we want. And then now we're going down the same trajectory as perhaps some of the other gacha games where there's nothing to do. What ends up happening? Let's create viral shit. Let's create stuff that will rage bait people. And all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. That's not the thing that I like to watch personally. But it's almost like as if, is Enfield forcing our hand here? Like so here's the thing. The only people who I think is trying to keep the game afloat, which I thank them for existing, are the fan artists. You all should follow like my Twitter account, and you will see that I'm constantly like pushing up the people who make the Mifu and Tang Tang fan arts, because they're very cute. Like, yeah, actually, Tang Tang's the only person that is holding up Enfield right now. Genuinely, because I think the Enfield player base love Tang Tang. So it's getting so annoying that this is what we have to do to keep ourselves afloat. You know, none of the other content creators that are not just playing AKE is like playing AKE anymore. Really. All the people who were sponsored and then got interested in AKE, they're not there anymore. They're now off to all their other main games to play. Like, yeah, it's hilarious for me to say that you could even argue that the only person keeping Enfield alive is Saint Tontas. I'm saying this without a tinge of a joke. Like, the biggest views that Enfield is getting in the past 2-3 months, maybe whenever he wants to say something that can be pretty overboard, but hey, he's giving attention to the game. Yeah, I know Kiara is playing the game, as in the VTubers. But the game started with a lot of VTubers playing as well. But now it's like, even the VTubers are decreasing. So, it's really bad that is happening. Am I ignoring kill guides? Bro, kill guides are there to keep people alive and play the game offline. I say the same thing for Arknights. They're not community characters. Kill's role in the game is to sustain your account, not to make you excited about the game. That is his job as a content creator. So that's trouble. So as a result, right, it becomes very tiring for me as a CC as well. And now let's bring the attention into AK. Because I didn't agree with this earlier, but the more I think about the statement that we said very early in the game, the more I start to think, is this becoming truer day by day? which is Enfield sabotaging the AK player base? I don't think it is. But it is making people who want to know more about the AK franchise play AK and enjoy AK. So there are new players coming into global because of this. But I actually do also think that the phenomenon of people who play Enfield coming in to play AK because they're getting interested in the franchise is happening at the same time as when people are getting tired of a 7-year-old game. Because I also think that there's a lot of people right now who might feel that they're getting way too old and they're starting to not be that interested in AK. So basically, this is like a timely thing that we are doing a good refill of players while the natural phenomenon of people getting bored of the game happens. But the trouble that I kind of foresee is if you look on the outsider points of view, where people look at, because unfortunately people don't separate AK and Enfield at how do I say this? People don't separate AK and Enfield as a separate entity at times, and sometimes they merge the two together. The trouble that I kind of see of this as well is that if Enfield doesn't look very good, the people who you could say we don't have to care about these people, but I still think it's a valid thing to think about. That is like the people who do not want to try AK for whatever reasons that they have. No PC client, chibi game, game is way too old, like 7 years old, and all that kind of stuff, right? They will think that whatever quality that people talk about AK isn't holding water because they don't play the game. You know what I mean? Like when people say AK got good stories, when AK got good gameplay, they're like, but Enfield gameplay look like this. So what do you mean AK have good all these things? Then as a result, it becomes more warlike, it becomes more sparring, and then it's like it hits a point where different communities don't want to listen to each other because they just want to believe in what they want without them exactly attempting things for themselves. So as a CC myself, when I look at this happening and I know that AK can be a great game, it puts me on a bit of a difficult position because it's like I would love to shield the hell out of AK. But sometimes I also think that's really tricky when you have people who aren't exactly you just have a very powerful equal force that in whatever way possible doesn't want to believe what you say. So by the way, I find this also an interesting phenomenon. Speaking of the topic of tribalism, we say that tribalism happens when a large crew of people are very negative about a game community. I might want to actually say, I'm beginning to think that we have tribalism in the same reverse sequence. That is, I also think that Enfield players can sometimes be tribalistic in a positive way. Which is, I don't know why was so like we don't need to be that. How do I say it? Like we're so in white knights about Enfield when we don't have to be. Basically. And it's like everyone will go like when someone's I see this on Twitter a lot. When someone says something bad about a game, and sometimes when I read that comment, I'm like, that's a genuine good advice, that's a genuine good complaint. And I'll see like string of people saying, no, bro, you can't say that. No, 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 mate, you know that IPP is gonna do something. And I'm just there like, what?
I still like the game
So
also you showing a lot of Neil on also play NTE.
I don't think we're
It's a
that
good
special
game
in a
also.
sense that, or like we're that different from the other bases when the other bases perhaps have a like genuinely have people that mindlessly hate something, but yet at the same time I also don't think we're supposed to mindlessly support something. you feel like the toxic positivity is even bigger in AKOG. At times, yes. At times it happens as well for AK. Like even when I say that I have good things to say, I think I also need to understand, like we all need to understand what's the line that we draw. And some people just don't have a catch on what that line is. So yeah, those are quite a bit of the problem. Now, as a result of these two games, okay, oh yeah, this is going to be a combine of the two franchises, being Enfield and AK. And this, it's funny because this is the one thing I didn't think would happen to Enfield, but it happened to Enfield. Why are both marketing companies shit? Why are their marketing departments so fucking shit? It's the one thing I thought they will fix, especially when the freaking direction setters are hyperglyph themselves. Like they don't. I can't believe it. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to market the game. And is it because they don't know what to market for the, like begin for the start of it? Yeah, at this point, they just made Yostar not look as bad as I thought they are. So I feel like a lot of the okay. Here's the thing. So this was something that I shared with Sparks Left, but sometimes when we blame Yostar for the things that happens in AK, I've always thought that I feel like I cannot 100% put the blame on Yostar. Because at the end of the day, Yostar is a publisher. The the ability to sustain a company should come from the main heads themselves, being Hyperglyph. So a lot of the times when Yostar publishes something, yes, they might not have quality control. Yes, they might screw up in certain text translations and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like the way they do things, they probably propose what they will post, and Hyperglyph are the approver. So I've always felt that the last quality checker would be Hyperglyph themselves. So for the 6 years that we've been running AK, I just never really understood. Like, is Hyperglyph not giving a fuck to actually, for a few months, for a year, step in and like, hey bro, we're seeing what you're doing with Global. Can we maybe make a change? You know what I mean? Like, however harsh I am to Yostar, I've always had this at the back of my mind that it's like, isn't the real persons who's supposed to assist Hyperglyph themselves? And they just never did it. So I'm annoyed because like it kind of continued happening till now, and then now it's like when Enfield came in and there's no Yostar in play, and now Hyperglyph is doing everything. I don't know where they're putting the money. Like, for a start, 1.0 was way too marketed. Right? I think 1.0, they hooked in so many people, they did so many offline events, meaning like in the various countries. But I genuinely think they're currently rolling back. Marketing going global is expensive. As in, I think they overspent. And I feel like they didn't have to. I feel like whatever they did in 1.0 could have not been there, and that those things could have gone into 2.0. Like, yeah, it all became negative marketing. Because you think about it this way, they sponsored so many people to play the game at the start, right? But I even had this feeling prior to the game starting. I'm pretty sure I said this for like 1 or 2 streams. That I told you guys, I don't see why they need to sponsor all these big names. Because all these big names people are not going to play the game on. And if they don't play the game, and there are viewers who likes them, who got interested in the game, who was hoping that, this big gacha YouTuber will play Enfield for long, gets into their stream and asks, hey, why aren't you playing anymore? Oh, I got disinterested in the game. You have to just understand that some people are very bounded by what streamers do. And as a result, when they see their favorite streamer not playing that game anymore, they'll think, oh, the game is shit. And then they're out. So the thing is that if it's like several countable streamers doing that, it's okay. But I basically foresee that Enfield needed to kind of figure out what they are as a game first before they actually did this whole mass marketing thing. And now, like, everyone's out. Fundamentally speaking, I think they sponsored more giant content creators in beta than they did in the base game. Did any OTV streamers get to play Enfield? I had a random recollection that Ludwig might have tried. I can't remember. There's someone bigger than Asmongold that tried the game. And it was like, I don't know who. Yeah. Like, offline TV. Did any offline TV people get sponsored to play Enfield? Because I remember some of the sponsored people in beta was not the same as base game. Ludwig played. XQC played? No way. Wait, hold on. Let me check this. XQC Enfield. Oh my god, XQC played! Ugh. Wait, what? XQC played, and then who else played? Did Pokimane play? I don't think so. I'll be surprised. No, Pokimane didn't play. Was it Ludwig? Yeah, they made Ludwig and XQC also play the game. Why? They made Let's Game Me Out do it. I think Let's Game Me Out was a very good video. No, that's the thing. I just feel that they do not understand how to market and sustain the player base. Like the player fall off is just too big. I understand they want to get a lot of people to play the game, but like I think on the metric standpoint, losing anywhere from 50% to 70% of your players from the start into 1 month in is not a good outlook for the game. Like they should have hyper focused on the people who will help them to put the game in a better direction. So yeah. As a result, same for the offline events. Right? They went ham, they went crazy to like put so much of their funding on the country events, like the cafes that they did, and all that sort of other stuff. But they just do not, how do I say this? I just feel that these are the things that they could have done later on when a lot of people have basically shown it off that they love the game. So yeah, I need to say that even in China, Hypergive is very generous with their sponsorship. I know Hypergive is very generous with their sponsorships in general, but not very sure if they're doing that for the global space. But yeah, how do we know that they lost so many players? Here's the thing: not a single content creator nor player is going to be able to get this statistic. So it doesn't sound right for us to say we're just vibing. But I think everyone will say the same thing. That we all feel that there is a giant loss in player count. Right? Not one of us are thinking that, oh, by the way, 80% of the players are sustained. You know, a lot of us are like going down. So yeah, what happened with all the positivity from this channel? No, here's the thing. I still think that the game is great, but the thing is, it's great if they know what they're doing patch by patch. That's the thing. I kept telling everyone, I can't prove to you that the game is great until I see what they do in 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. So the fact that they couldn't consistently do it went against what I've been saying I've been looking to. There's little or no community interaction. Yeah. You're not going to see any Enfield content pop up for the next 2 weeks, by the way. And here's my worry. CC could have changed it. But they put CC 2 weeks later. This is something that frustrates me a lot. You killed people's interest with the way you release 1.3, but now we're getting CC. Like, there's still 1 more week to CC. What I'm trying to say is if CC came out at the start of 1.3, I do think there would have been a lot of YouTube attention. But putting CC in the middle of the patch really jeopardized it, I feel. So like, if it could have been 100% of the people entering 1.3 getting interested to try CC, now it's only like 60% or 50% of the people who's interested in CC. CC gonna hype people up, then they realize it's the same boring 4 stages. That's the thing. I'm not a liker of CC. You need to know this. AK players who watch me for long will know I always say this. Of all the game modes, I actually don't like Contingency Contract. As in, I like it on the cultural standpoint for Arknights, and I like that it's genuinely difficult. I like that it's a challenge. But I don't like it because it's not my style of challenge. Because at the end of the day, CC becomes min-maxy, repetitive. You play the same enemy, you play the same stage 100 times just to get a higher risk. I don't like that procedure. I love IS and I love RA. I don't like CC. So the thing is, I do think at least there is a category of people who's gonna like it. So this is like the trouble also at hand. That is like there's people who's going to hear the hype about CC, but they're gonna be like me. Because they also don't like playing the same stage 100 times just to get max risk. So yeah, in IS you also play the stages 1000 times, but I can change the squad. No, here's the difference between IS and CC. If I get bored of what I'm doing in IS, I just don't play the same team. Because you have 400 people in the game, right? And you have a squad of 12. So what I end up doing in IS is, if I get bored of certain strategies that I do, I just go different. In CC, if you play high risk, you cannot change the squad. You are always replaying the same team, perfecting everything about that team. That gets me bored. Because I don't want to do that. You get bored of the maps faster than you get bored of the teams in IS. Correct. No, and the thing is that IS becomes interesting at every run as well because the artifacts you get is different. Right? The paths you get are different. What you want to do ends up being different. So there's again, it's on the idea of there's replayability. So that's the fun part. Maybe this is why SSS is such a disaster. I think SSS is also more replayable than CC, arguably. Like I would say that I do somewhat enjoy SSS more than I enjoy CC. Like I also enjoy TFN more than CC, like Trials for Navigator. I definitely enjoy actually amongst all the game modes in AK, I might rank CC the lowest. But that's my personal standpoint though. When I say I rank it the lowest, I don't mean that it's utter shit. I think it's good. But like, it crossed the threshold of good for me. Basically to say, every AK game modes are great. It's just CC is on the borderline of what I consider good. And there's nothing that is bad. You know what I mean? what would I rate Protocol? I did say that Protocol is one of my favorite game modes. Protocol became very repetitive after a while. Protocol needs to update. But definitely better than CC. I'll probably rank it below RA. Like IS, RA. Actually, would I rank it below RA? Maybe not. Maybe I'll still say Stronghold. Stronghold and RA. Because RA you can complete the map and then it becomes repetitive. Yeah. Icebreaker or Protocol? If you have good people to play with, Icebreaker is better than RA. Yeah. So this is what I mean by CC is gonna come, but I also think CC is not gonna be that as amazing as what we say. You know, it's culturally amazing for them to bring CC into Enfield, but is it going to revolutionize the game? No. Not yet. Or what I'm saying is, it had a chance, but it had a chance if it didn't do it in the middle of the patch, and instead at the start of the patch. But now that they did it in the middle, let me just say that there is definitely a good proportion of people that cannot give a fuck when CC videos go up. You understand? Because people given up. They are like, there's also people who are not playing the game for combat. There's people who's only playing the game for story. Wouldn't you agree? Some of you AK players are playing Enfield because you're waiting to see what the fuck happened in the AK world. Why are there people from the AK world who's transported into Enfield? You're not waiting out for the combat stuff to improve. You're waiting for the 3D medium storyline to finally portray some really good visuals and stuff to then show me, this is why there's AK in the title. So that's like the trouble that they're doing. So when you're a story player, and this is the pace that they update the game, and the pace is fine, but the quality needs to at least be like bearable. Wait, okay, anyone who just joined AK and just read Exodus from PLC, as in like the Torn storyline, the one with Torns, Rose Salt, and Elysium. Anyone just read it because you just joined AK or something from Enfield? I don't know if you all just did, okay? You can read the current story without playing anything before. Like you can, if you don't want to read the main chapter, you can just read this story on its own. Or you can read it on its release. Now compare Exodus from PLC to 1.3. Bro, Exodus from PLC is one of the fucking best stories I personally have read in AK. It's so fun to read Exodus. Like the characterization they did for Elysium, for Torns, for like you're gonna see some great NPCs. Okay, that story has amazing NPCs of the two captains, the female captains. And Rose Salt is better than Tang Tang. Okay, you think Tang Tang is fun? Wait till you meet Rose Salt. Rose Salt is a different kind of fun. So, like, going from now the Exodus from PLC into fucking 1.3, it's like, oh my god, 1.3 is sand. There's nothing there. So, yeah. Need voice acting in my Arctic story? You go watch my reading streams. I voice act for you. I read all my reading streams. Well, I'm not a voice actor. I'm not an official voice actor. But I try. I voice everything in the story, so you can enjoy it that way if you want to. That's the best thing I can give to you. Okay? It's all there. My past streams have me reading the story, including the one I'm saying right now. You rather wait for the anime? The anime will not voice anything about the side stories. There's no funding for it. It will be insanely expensive. more expensive than potentially doing certain parts of Enfield. So there's that. But yeah, this is the part that so the part that I get very frustrated about the two games is the fact that their marketing is just awful. Okay? Now that I draw back into the main point. That I mean the whole IGN thing is a miss as well, isn't it? Like, why? It's the worst company decision I've ever seen it. I thought they would stop at the stream, the interview. Like, so they did what did they do with IGN? They did an interview, they did the stream, right? And then now they let IGN upload the 1.4 before the main channel did. You know, I said I don't mind the IGN part. I don't mind. I mind the timing a lot. I don't really give a shit that they did it on that platform, and I don't mind IGN as a company because I know you guys hate it more than I do. I don't really hate IGN per se, but like, wow, they pay IGN so much money to promote themselves. Like, what are they doing? So to me, right, the sort of prophecy that Turbo kind of puts forth that is coming true is the fact that Enfield is definitely very geared to casuals. But the thing is, my counterpoint to that is I think it's fine for a game to cater to casuals because that's how they make money. There is nothing wrong with a game not trying to nicheify and wanting to go mass market. If you want the niche game, you play other games. This is the compromise that I already understood. That is like, if Hypergraph wants to choose this direction, I respect it. You cannot disrespect that. That's just what the company wants. Okay, but the thing is, if they are going to do that, my POV is do that, but do that well. Like, know what the hell you're doing if your target audience is as many people to play the game as possible. Which I don't think they have done as good of a job. Because what I kind of feel towards Enfield right now is that Enfield is a game that is good at everything. Good is like the limit. And they're just not brilliant at any. That's kind of what it is. Like, they are just not. The factory is whatever it is, the combat is whatever it is, the story is whatever it is. But it's like, there is no real selling point yet. Yeah, jack of all trades, master of none of a game. Which I think it's the best part of the game. What I was most looking forward to is the fact that this game almost feels like you can do anything. But yet you can't do anything at the same time. Because the anything here, Spark is watching me, can I say hi? I know Spark's watching me. Spark's always watching me. And at this point, he's my secret stalker. But anyways, Enfield has every aspect that you can imagine. You can build a great factory, you can have a bit of customizability, you can have fun with the combat, you can interact with the characters, you can have some story for you to enjoy. But all these things have a cap. All these things have a limit. Once you hit that limit, your fun ends. You know what I mean? But like when you compare it to AK, for example, there's a little bit of the fun never ends. This was the thing that I was hoping Enfield will understand what to do. You cannot cap the fun. You're doing such a good job at all these things. certain of these things need to not feel like there's a roof, but instead it's like an open kettle. Boom, let me have as much gameplay as possible. So that's why I think they're doing really, really poor right now. And it's taking them way too long. So this is all cyclical. Players leave the game. Content creators have no content to make. No one's watching content creators because they have no content to make. Players think that the game is dying. Players leave the game. Cycle repeat. You understand? Like it's just gonna spin. It's gonna repeat. The game will go downhill. And this is gonna keep going from time to time. So I think it annoys me because this affects us as a content creator. You know. And I'd argue that this is a very similar-ish. AK content creation has a different problem. So AK's situation is different in the sense that we have growing player bases, but the thing is that we don't have a sustainable growth cycle. So the way I describe AK is that we're a plateau. We're not really spinning downwards, neither are we spinning upwards. And the reason for that is that the people who want to watch AK videos do not perhaps know what they want to watch, or even if they do, they are not really they're not really pushing it to the content creators as to what they want to watch. And then the second thing is they don't know who they can go to as well. Because here's the thing. We don't have a lot of AK creators. To speak the truth, we just don't have a lot of AK creators. You need to realize Supa's last uploaded video was almost 1 month ago. If none of you have realized this, Supa has not uploaded a video for about a month now. You know, and Kyo only updates his videos whenever there's a new event. He has an exam, whatsoever, it's still been a month. That's a long time. And then Spark isn't uploading videos. He's watching me right now, but he isn't uploading videos. He's just doing streams, right? I'm not uploading videos in the sense that, you know, I'm literally dying by sickness. But there's the same for like a lot of other creators. A lot of other creators are like struggling. Because I think we failed to create a loop of a viewer and a content creator interaction to understand what the people want to do or what the people want to watch. So this ends up being a problem because it kills content creators' motivation on what to do. And as a result, it's like, I say that it's a plateau, but in truth, the spirit of all content creators combined is getting down. But when that happens, that's a problem. Because when there's less thing to watch about AK, people will also start watching things less. So this is just not good as a result. And here's the thing. Probably the third or fourth time that I said this, but I once mentioned before that it's very natural for a content creator to feel competitive and get very sensitive about views. I'm not sensitive about views. Okay? I need you all to understand this because some people in the comments feel this about me. I cannot give a fuck about my metrics or statistics. I'm not the type that like every single day I look at, oh, today I have this number of views and whatnot. Guys, I have a life. I want to fucking meet my friends and go to the gym. But the thing is, as a job, I still have to care about the views. Because I would love to make sure that things can grow, things can sustain. So, when you have a big creator in the space, it's genuinely a good thing. It's a helpful thing. people don't need to be jealous. Smaller creators don't have to be jealous about the fact that bigger creators exist. When bigger creators exist, the bigger creators will help the smaller creators to grow. That is, if let's say you have a person who is always clocking in 20,000, 50,000, and you have other people who's only clocking in 1,000, if that bigger creator can become even bigger and get another 5,000, this just means that for the smaller creator, hey, they could maybe get another 200, 500. It's like a percentage conversion. Because everything that happens, it's going to be a loop. You benefit all together as a community when the community grows bigger. So what I mean to say is we are not establishing ourselves well. So here's another problematic situation. Hypergraph is very generous with their sponsorships for the people in the CN space. And I think this is one of the reasons why the CN space can be very healthy and people can feel so spirited, people can feel so motivated to want to create more animations, create more videos, create more conversations, create more commentary. The thing about AK in the global space, or maybe even Enfield, is monetarily, as a content creator, we do not get support. So I just need people to understand, I've been doing this for 7 years. Okay, but in the time of my sickness, I had to strongly reflect on the fact that in all these 7 years, I've not really received actual support from the companies themselves. So this ruins me on the inside, that like, for one, I need to always fight and figure out like, what am I supposed to do with the game in order to make sure that people are interested to watch. Some people get very sensitive that, hey, you're just view hunting and whatnot. To which my only reply is, yeah, of course, this is my fucking job. But at the very least, I'm respectful enough to make sure that I'm not baiting you with fake shit. And that I want to talk about things that I think are legitimately happening. And have a good conversation, have a good discussion with people. And try to make videos that people will want to listen to. But on the other hand, it's like, I don't know if I can keep repeating this cycle. I'm already 26. I started doing this when I was 20. And doing this when I was 20 is like, I passed my entire university to do YouTube. And then now I've also passed my post-graduation doing this continuously. It's almost been a year since I graduated from university, I would say. So I'm just like, I always say this year on year, can I really keep doing what I'm doing? I genuinely do think that because of the lack of support that we get from the company at times, those are potentially one of the reasons why it's not the main, it's not the biggest, but I'm pretty certain this is one of the reasons why Viper and Yi left. Because we just didn't receive help. So it's just not great. That this is the thing. So the thing that I kind of feel towards all of these really is that I want to keep doing this for the sake of the community. Like I care about the AK community. It's one of my favorite games. I'm never gonna quit AK. I just need you all to understand that. As a game, I'm not gonna quit. I've been playing AK off stream. Like the past 4 days because I'm sick. I'm not playing, right? I'm watching Valorant, like Masters London, while I'm playing fucking IS6 on my phone. With the split screen and everything. And like, I still love AK. I love supporting AK artists. I love supporting all the AK players and seeing you guys make friends and everything. I would never want to leave that feeling behind. But I kind of need to just put it forth that I've tried for 7 years already, and I feel like giving in. That is, I don't think I can make this the main way to keep going. Because the thing is, I think doing this for so many years, if you ask the AK community, a lot of people know who I am. If they subscribe to me or they watch me, they would have done that. If they don't subscribe to me or they don't watch me, they already choose to do that. You know what I mean? People have made their decision on whether or not they hate, appreciate, like whatever they feel towards me as a content creator, they've already established that front. Newer players from Enfield have done that at the very start of the game, up till now in the few months. But I think when this doesn't have to be a content creator situation, but like this can be anybody at all. Like whether you're in a company and whatnot. When you're in a job, you pursue for growth. You pursue to be something bigger. But the thing is, with me doing this for so long, I have to royally look at this reality in the face and just see that this isn't working out. And like, I'm not gonna grow anymore. If I continue doing this, you all know that I just got like hit with my medical problems and whatnot, right? Like I basically had to see the doctor, I had to extract my wisdom tooth. I just thought to myself that, holy shit. If I don't use certain government fees or funds that I have, because they're nicer to Singaporeans. If I paid for my wisdom tooth extraction, right? My wisdom tooth extraction cost me 2 months of what I earn on YouTube. I think that's the thing that you need to maybe sit in my shoes and understand. My singular surgery on wisdom tooth cost me potentially what I would earn in 2 months. Yeah, extract in MS. Apparently I was said to be okay, and then it turns out it's not okay. So you imagine, like, I'm not just paying for a fucking medical fee, but like I'm like, I need to pay for like a lot of different other things in my life. It's just not great. And people sometimes get angry at YouTubers for like chasing views and whatnot when they don't realize that's the job. I know sometimes it can be annoying, but like, I make it my own personal motto such that if you pursue for views, pursue it rightfully, pursue it ethically as well. Like, don't bait people unnecessarily, you know, make people want to click and make sure that what they click is what they want to watch. Did Kyo get sponsored by Hypergriff or not? I do not have a fucking clue. He definitely doesn't get sponsored to make guides. Let's just put that forth. So, yeah. This doesn't mean that I want... So, this is the main message to put forth. I'm not done making videos for AK. Because I think what I put forth to my editor is that I care about the space a lot. People just need to know I'm fucking trying. I have not done this yet. But like, I think it was like yesterday or today. I kind of just told myself, is there a place I could go to in my country where I can just like sit there and cry? Because I'm genuinely overwhelmed by my state of life. Because I don't think this game is helping me as a content creator. Let's just put that straight. We're not the same as Hoyoverse. We're not the same as Watering Waves. No, actually, Watering Waves is the same as us, not gonna lie. But we're not Hoyoverse. Hoyoverse is probably the same as AK nowadays. I think gacha gaming as a space for a content creator is not it anymore. I'll tell you another reason why I feel like it's not it. The other thing that annoys me with content creation as a gacha content creator is the fucking uncreative. Rather than to assist each other, bolster up the community, make everyone feel like we can be friends together enjoying the same game, for some strange reason, gacha content creators feel like sparking war every day of the week is the way that we need to live life now. Agree? Every little negative stuff that we can catch about a game that is content. No one talks about the story of the game. No one talks about an event being good. No one talks about why a game mode is fun. No one even shows off why a character can be fun. They just care about, by the way, I put $1,000 in a character. That's it. It's all sensationalism. Gacha content creation is straight up sensational. No one actually values the game for itself anymore. So it's just really, really troublesome that this is like the gacha content creator culture. That is like, if I don't do this, I'm not going to be bigger. I don't know why a lot of people say that I'm like a drama farmer YouTuber. If I was, I'd probably do a lot better than I am now. Not gonna lie. And I've told myself, I'm never gonna fucking do it. Not till the day I die. Till the day I die, I'm also not gonna do it. I can't do it anymore. You know, like, I just don't want to do something like that because it's not the kind of content I want to watch. So, I think the benefit that I've gained from gacha content creation is the fact that the community is a category of players. There's a lot of people who love playing this game, and you guys, for instance, are looking for people who enjoy the same game as you, and you want to play that game to feel that there is someone else out there, not just you playing this game alone, and you can learn the content together with that person. I think that's an enjoyable part. But unfortunately, this is something that we can keep doing if the space is sustainable. But now, it's just not. I won't deny in a sense that I think I've waited years on years on years for like something to change. And you all need to know that I've been pretty experimental with the way I treat YouTube at times as well. Because like, if I go and do a review now of all the videos that I've made in the past 7 years, it's very up and down. It's funny to think that the viewership that I have today is the exact same viewership that I had in my first and second year of making AK videos. I told that to my editors and I was like, that's genuinely crazy. Like, the average viewers that I get this year is the same as the number of average viewers I get per video on the second year of AK. And you could say that it's because there's more people playing AK back then. And then that helped. So like whatever video I made is there. And then now it's like, there's less people. I can feel that there's less players interested to watch YouTube videos, and that I have to put in extra work to be creative, do something different in order to, get more people to watch. And that's my way of matching what happens. So it's the easiest way for me to just say, I just don't feel great that in these 7 years I just never grew. From viewers' perspective, you can feel my content hasn't changed much. No, not wrong. I don't think it's that drastic. When I say that I tried to change, it's not that like otherworldly. But the way that I converse about things and whatnot, I can feel that I decided to be more careful and more nuanced. Super is growing. Super is not growing. If you think any of us AK creators are growing, I need you to give yourself a now I'm hitting 70K, right? Ish. I think I was 50K subs 3 years into the game. So I've done this for 7 years. I think I hit 50K when I was 3 years in. Then in the next 3 years, I only gained 20K. So that's like, that sounds weird, right? That doesn't sound correct, don't you think? If I've been consistently trying my best to deliver regular content and whatever that I want to do, it's like, shouldn't I gain more in the back 3 years than the frontal 3 years? And the phenomenon really is plateauing. I've basically been visible to most AK players in the past many years. You know, there's not as many AK players anymore that has not like looked towards me already. I need to do music reacts with choreographers games. Bro, I'm not gonna do the easy shit. Those content are not it for me. I will not make videos I don't want to watch. Let's put that forth. I can do that as stream. I'm not gonna make that a video. What do I want to talk about AK? There's actually a lot of things that I would still want to make for AK. So, main point number one to say is I don't want to stop making AK content because I don't think I fulfilled my internal promise to myself. You know, it's not a promise I make to the community. I shouldn't swear upon anything for the community. But the internal promise I made for myself is there's genuinely still a lot of things that I wish I did for AK. Like to actually make discussions for the story of AK, because I think the story of AK can be really good at times. It's just that I'm inexperienced and I'm not actually very certain how I want to portray the story in my own way. Because I personally do not enjoy a lot of the story review that has been done in the AK space, because a lot of the story reviews are just recaps and summaries, which I think recaps and summaries do not do AK story justice on what actually happens. Because I think a lot of the times AK stories are very emotional and there's genuinely a lot more things that can happen. That sort of thing. Then, like, I think AK stories are worth discussing. Basically, they're not just there for you to just repeat what happens. They're there for you to really like study a character. It's almost to the point that like I feel that AK story. Why AK story feels so different from other gacha games is AK story is very literature. And I'm a literature student. So when I read AK story and I see really good writing, I just dare to say that, holy shit, you can make an entire review piece, not just on the story itself, but on like the incidents that happen. The other thing that I kind of put forth is that I think people still want to learn how to be better at playing AK. So meaning to say that people still want to understand how to play IS. People still want to understand how to play what is that? RA. Right? There are still an audience out there that is discovering AK, wanting to know how to run their account. And I think I would love to cater to these people. I did tell myself before that I can't stop making AK videos until I've done. See, I don't think I'm ever going to fulfill this, but I'm still going to try. That is like, I want to make a review on every single character in the game. Like, operator review. Because I think every single character in the game can be played. Genuinely speaking, this is a little bit too proud of myself, of a status, but I think if you gave me any single AK character, I can play them. Like, I can make them look good for you. Like, I genuinely think I can play every character in this game. Because I do that, at least, when I play IS or like any game mode. Even the weirdest characters, I will figure a way. If you genuinely want me to show you why they work, I will show you why they work. So that's the fun part. Like, I'm not a very meta chaser. And instead, like, I figure out why characters are helpful to people's account. Even Sand Reckoner, even though I joke about him, Sand Reckoner can be a good bait. That's fine. Sometimes we need baits. So that's the thing to understand. I can't really do that for Enfield. Enfield just is a little bit limiting, but at the very least, Enfield has interesting themes. You know, I'm still interested to perhaps make some guides for Enfield to teach people how to use certain units. But I'd rather do that after I build them. You know, given masteries and then after CC to really assess them. So there's still an audience of people who want to learn about the game. And I think that makes the game still pretty healthy. And that also makes me feel that that's something that the AK YouTubers, I think, aren't doing a good job. If any of you watching me are like a smaller AK YouTuber, and if you want an advice on like how to grow, because genuinely speaking, I think we have the content creator program. By the way, I also cannot believe this is happening in Enfield. Both AK and Enfield are very, very aggressively promoting their content creator program. And I feel like the reason is the fact that the people who join and then eventually do not meet the requirements because they don't post as actively and whatnot, so they get washed out, needs to get filled in and replaced by newer people. Do you get what I mean? But then the problem is the cycle repeats. Because like the people who are making these videos don't really know what to do content-wise. So I can't really give an advice for Enfield, but perhaps an advice that I would give for AK is there's a lot of people who want to learn about the game. And I will say as a whole, we're not really doing a good job. Like, I'm not saying this as I'm not part of the problem. I'm also part of the problem. We are just not doing a good job at inciting the community to things that they want to watch. The funniest thing is that the most watched videos on AK, which I fucking hate this, and I know you guys love this, you guys are all the culprits, and I'm not faulting you for doing that, because there's nothing else to watch on AK. It's the reposters of AK. Like all the people who repost AK content, the animators, the skits, they are making the biggest views. But they do not make any of these things. Till this day, I don't even know if they are revenuing their video. I mean, if they are they rightfully paying the people who made the videos? But the thing is, to a casual viewer, they don't give a fuck. Those are entertaining to watch. Correct. Those are entertaining to watch. Here's the problem. We don't have that talent in AK. The genuine issue we have with the Arknights community as well is we don't have the talent. We don't have enough animators. We don't have enough people who have that skill set and understand what to do. The thing that makes me a little bit happy is that Enfield has some, but not all the time. It's same for the music reposters, and I mean, okay, reposting PV and whatnot, that's just Hypergrave's fault. That there's a 6 months delay and whatnot. But oh, Rocketeer supposedly asked permission. That's what he says. I want to believe him. He has a spreadsheet and everything, but I'm like, what does he do with the videos, You get what I mean? Does he earn? If he earns, it's like, I'll put it this way. If Rocketeer earns from his videos, the thing that sickens me a little bit is you could argue that anybody can do the same thing. And if anybody does the same thing, they can. Here's the thing. If he makes the money, there's an arguable chance he earns perhaps more than even some of the bigger AK YouTubers. And is that annoying? For myself, I'm just gonna say maybe because you did nothing. There's no creativity in what he does. All you do is you pick up stuff, you put. That's a YouTube formula, by the way. It's the same. If you just did it, it might work. I just watched this video recently. This World Cup opening ceremony. I was so confused. I cannot believe my eyes. Guys, this is AI. I lost it there. This is AI. Does that look real? No, I'll tell you what's the issue. I didn't think the song was bad. I think the song was arguably more well written than the World Cup songs that are happening this year. So the two people who make the World Cup songs this year are Shakira and Speed. I think Shakira did a good job. Speed also did a good job, but it's like it's okay. It's not terrible. And then Shakira also did the World Cup song. But the thing is that, okay, if you listen to this AI song, and you even if you can tell it was AI, here's the thing: if it was sung by real people, it actually doesn't sound bad. Someone to tell me if this song is real or not. Because I was genuinely so confused. It sounded legit. But that's the thing. Like AI content is gonna win over YouTube. AI content is gonna win over social media, and that's just scary. So the thing I feel is that it's genuinely like not easy to do all these things, and it doesn't help that the number of people that wants to like see me or watch me is like not very it's not gonna be easy for me to capture all that sort of bigger people. So while I'm not going to be out of it when it comes to like creating content, I do think I want to take a little bit of a step back. Meaning to say I'm not pausing, but more so that I feel like I want to be a bit slower on the content that I post onto YouTube and be a bit more deliberate with what I want to post. And then at the same time, I also feel that I want to do what I've been asking to do. No, I'm not gonna get a job for the fact that I stated this entire year is the year that I wanted to experiment myself on YouTube because it's something that I enjoy. It's something that I like doing. I like to be able to entertain people. Even if I wasn't doing this as a job, I'd probably still work something in the entertainment field. Um, as a freelance host. That's the other trajectory that I'll be trying very hard to do. But instead, I'm gonna try pretty hard on a completely different direction. Because the thing is that I kind of asked this to myself that I have so much other interest in my life that would be healthier than making gacha. Gacha content creation, I think, can hurt the brain of both the content creator themselves and the viewers. It's like I feel like we're pretty brain rotted. And it's like I really don't like the fact that the videos that we make at times when it comes to gacha content creations, we can't be friends. Sometimes when I make something that is even the teamer's video, like explaining to you why an operator can be good to use, I can get people who comes in and just say this operator is shit. And I'm like, I didn't ask for your opinion. You didn't have to watch this if you think so. I'm not gonna follow the formulas of the other YouTubers because it's just not my thing. So the thing that I kind of feel is I been meaning to do this and I didn't do it well the first time, but I feel like I'm going to reattempt on this again. That is, I want to see if I can learn how to make videos that has nothing to do with games. So this just means this won't be on my current platform. This won't be on the platform that is named Kikaze. But I think I'm going to attempt and see what I want to do with a different channel. You're having deja vu? Yes, because we had this conversation 2-3 years ago. It was the reason why Cookie Alta exists. But then that happened at a time when I was in university. And then I realized I couldn't actually lock in to do it because I just didn't have the time to concentrate on two different channels. But now I think it's a bit different. And I want to see if like I can do something else completely. And I feel that it's a lot more important for me to be able to branch out of that, because I just feel a bit of a waste. There are so many other things in my life that I love to talk about, but yet I don't because I'm limited to AK. So I think Slav also made a post on his YouTube channel and he took it down. I kind of read that post for myself, where he also stated that he wanted to go variety. It's funny because some of you just now, when we were talking about AK and Enfield, and then you all said, hey, even Smart Slav is playing AK. But I think the truth of the matter is that I think even Slav himself is feeling a little bit of the like, he doesn't really, like, I say this multiple times. I'm surprised that I played AK this long. This is the longest game I've played, and this will become the longest game I've ever played. Apart from written games. Okay? But like, this is the longest live service game I've played in my life. And mind you, the last longest live service game that I played, I've only played it for 3 months. And nothing else. Surprisingly, that 3 months game is not like a web game or an MMORPG. Because I cannot really sustain myself with MMORPGs. Even though I love RuneScape to the core. But like, I don't enjoy... Sorry. Like, I never really enjoyed gacha games all that much in my life. I know some of you have filled your life completely with gacha games. And you've probably never attempted anything else. But like, I've always hopped gacha games in the early days. So when AK came along, I'm even more surprised that I played AK for as long as I did. And the thing is that you just need to understand, like, Hyperglyph has just done a fantastic job. I'm actually trapped with them now. That explains a lot. No, AK is not my first step to live service game. Prior to AK, I played Valkyria Chronicles, I played Brave Frontier, I played Soccer Spirits, I played GBF. What else did I play? I cannot remember all my gacha games. No, written games don't count. Written games is my life. I cannot remember. No, I watched my brother play Maple Story. I didn't play Maple Story. But like, none of those games stick with me. Zero games stick with me. AK is the actual only game that stuck with me. I play FPS game. I mean, Valorant exists. How far did I get in GBF? Not far. Played it for 1 or 2 weeks. Said, nah. It was the same for Brave Frontier. Do I think I'll go back to Uma? No, okay, okay. The easiest way to say that I'm done. What am I actually done with? I'm done with gacha games. that's the callback to the stream title. Don't name another gacha game to me. I'm never gonna play another gacha game. I'm gonna try Wuthering Waves because I just want to see what they did to collab. But even after I'm done with the collab, I'm not gonna play the game. I just want to see what they did to the collab. Actually, more and more people are spoiling what the collab is about on the video, like on Twitter, which is starting to make me formulate what the story is about. And it made me realize, oh, it's a rehash of fucking episode 11. So that makes me pretty frustrated that it's like, oh, it's just a repeat in a different platform. Oh wells. I know it's a continuation, I know. But it's like, they do, a lot of the plot line happens in that 11 and 12 and then it continues from there. I need to try before I say shit. I know, I'm going to try it. Oh yeah. I'm openly telling you guys, I'm going to play the Cyberpunk collab. Because if you guys are not in my Discord server, I said this in my Discord server. When I'm healed from my sickness and whatnot, I'm going to play the collab just to see what it was about. And explain it and just describe it. Yeah, I just want to see how good they drew the two game together. Because I love Edgerunners. Yeah, I'm a fake Edgerunners fan. Oh, sorry! Oh, that's why people call it episode 11. Because it's like after 10. Oh, I'm like a realization cat now. Exposed, indeed. You hope I'm feeling well for sickness. Thank you, Carrie. You thought the collab was even overrated. I'll see. I'll see for myself once I get to play it. I know they don't have 24, but I can't remember that it wasn't 12. But yeah, I want to switch to just non gacha. Like, get me out of gacha. I'm stuck with Hypergriff. Okay, I'm stuck with Hypergriff for life. I'm ready to play Arknights till I die. But, like, I don't want to pick up another gacha game anymore. I just want to live life now. I want to show people the things that I enjoy. So I kind of formulated this to myself, and none of these videos are like 100% full-fledged, fully realized. But I've always thought that, for one, I wish I was playing other things that would be fun. You know. So again, this platform, this Cookie channel will stay, but I'm going to specifically save the Cookie channel for AK. I don't think it's funny how people react to my videos but don't realize that I don't play a lot of gachas. Yeah. I don't think I can put other things into this channel. So one of the problems that I have is that if you all see the number of videos that I've uploaded like 1,400 to 1,500 videos. And it's just not gonna be good for algorithm if I were to do something else. It's very difficult to switch out at this point. Like, it's a little bit different for like some of the other YouTubers. If they often change, it works out for them. If they don't often change, like, yeah, it's just hard to pivot. Because it's like, you're just gonna see the older videos pop up and you'll be thinking, how come this YouTuber I follow have suddenly AK videos popping up, in my recommended? It's very weird. Like, even my Cookie Outer channel sometimes, that pops up in my own recommended, and I'm like, why? Yeah, I'm known for AKCC. My complication now is I'm not sure what I'm going to title for my other channel, that kind of thing, and whether I will run the same name or not. I need to think about what I would do with that. I mean, I love my name. I do like to live by my name of Cookie, but I guess the Kazi might drop. I mean, people call me Cookie for short anyways, but I still love Kazi. I'll think about it. But what I want to do into the second channel is I just want to make sure that that video had. Remember, I called Box2 traitor for leaving AKCZ? Yeah, he's still a traitor. That doesn't drop. What do you mean? Once a traitor, forever a traitor, no? I want to just make that the videos that I want to make can be about anything that I'm interested in, really. It can be about games, it can be about music. But I tell you the real thing that I really wish my videos was about, which is I want to get out of my house. Prior to me being a YouTuber and a streamer, my favorite pastime has always been not at home. I'm a very, very outgoing person in truth. And I've never really like filmed myself outdoors or like talked to myself outdoors, that kind of thing. So it's all in the name of inexperience, really. That I think one of the reasons why I stopped myself from making such videos ever in my life is because I'm not used to it. But I think it will be much nicer that I do it. Will any of you here when I did a stream? Okay, well, let's talk about the streams that I did outdoors. I think there's two in significance that I can remember. One of it was the one that I did at the AK Cafe. Do y'all remember? During the AK live stream, and a lot of times when the AK stream had downtime, I'm just hanging out at the cafe. And then the second one was the one that I did the treasure hunt stream, which I didn't do it on YouTube. I did it on Twitch only. Do y'all enjoy those videos? Sorry, those streams? I know some of you were there during the treasure hunt stream, where I was trying to find a treasure in the middle of my country, just to get some special gifts. Even like convention events, I never made too much convention videos. So one of the things that I thought to myself to create as a content is I just want to show people around the things that I enjoy. I wanted to show people a very niche hobby that I think is very, very pleasant to feel as a pastime. And it's something that's special specifically to Singapore because you can't get this in every other country. This is something that, so what I mean to say is that while the new channel might house things for games, but not specifically gacha games, I wanted it to be more about real life and a little bit more linked to the Southeast Asian culture, although it'll be primarily my own country, but I want it to be more Southeast Asian dominant because that's just where I'm from. I would love that I make content outside of Southeast Asia, but for the time being, while limited to my country, I just want to talk about the things that I like. So one of the special things about Singapore is the fact that we have so much high rises and apartments. So I think Singaporeans themselves aren't even aware of this, but roof spotting is a genuine, enjoyable niche hobby, I feel. So what I mean is, I want to show you guys what is it like to go to all the different tall buildings in our country. Because you can do that for free. And like I've done that time to time with my friends, and it's very peaceful. What I mean by roof spotting is you get to the highest floor of a building and you just sightsee. Is it legal? You can do that, but you just don't disturb your neighbors. There's genuinely a lot of good views in our country. And I want to show that off. It'll be a pretty peaceful video, but yet at the same time I think about it as like I don't just want the video to just be essays and soothing and whatnot. I think one of my biggest inspirations right now, nowadays as a YouTuber, I have a lot of different people that I enjoy. But another one that I didn't really name is like Will Tennyson. So he's a fitness YouTuber, and I think one of the reasons why his videos can be very enjoyable is that even though his videos can sometimes be like teaching you and showing you something can happen, he's very good at inflicting jokes into his videos. And I kind of want to learn that skill myself, such that I can present all these things, but I want to learn. It's almost like saying learning how to be funny for the sake of a video. I hope I can be able to pull that off for people to enjoy. The other things that I wanted to show was like another pastime that I enjoy. And it's something that I want to tell tourists to do in my country. There's two videos on this line of topic. The first is buses in my country. So you know how like a lot of people when they come into Singapore, the number one thing that they prioritize to try is the train station. But I do not think the trains are the thing that people have to try in my country. Because you don't actually get the best sights from a train. In fact, what I might advise people to do is to ride our buses. Because our buses will take you through the neighborhoods. And you can see life through the buses. And you will at least enjoy the fact that the buses are clean and you have comfortable seats. So I wanted to show people some of the buses that are like the ways that I take my brain off. Because I genuinely have some buses that I would say have a story to them. Like if you're feeling sad, you're feeling like I want to get out of my house, I want to go somewhere and just feel, I would have some recommendations of where to go or like what to ride. There's no crack addict on the bus. There can be annoying passengers on the bus. maybe if in the midst of my filming I get to capture that, that can be part of the video. If I don't capture that, that's fine. Of course, there's another thing about real life content that I need to be wary of, because when you do real life content, one of the big important things is that you don't film strangers, especially in my country. My country is very against the idea of filming strangers. You have to censor them, or blur them unless you get their permission. Then you can show them. But you can film people in like a zoomed out space, but you cannot film people zoomed in because you need to um get their permission, basically. Uh, audio record is okay though. You'll see. Like if something weird happens, I'm allowed to audio record. Pretty sure that it's legal. Then the other thing I wanted to show off as well, which is my favorite freaking pastime, is I wanted to show people the fact that you can walk around in Singapore at night. It's literally what I do. I wanted to show you guys what is it like to walk around in Singapore at like past midnight. And what could you do past midnight? And like I think it'll be surprising to people, the fact that whoa, nothing will go wrong, you can still enjoy, you can still like have food to eat, have places to entertain yourself, places to enjoy and just sit down and chill. So for one, I just want people to like experience my country. So the thing is that I've always felt this way towards my country's YouTubers as well. That is, they're very geared towards a certain type of content, specifically the Singaporean YouTubers. And I just feel like the way I kind of want to see myself. So this is the thing that I think is a contradiction to the way I am on this Cookie Kaze channel. Sometimes the things that I say can be very, how do I say it, heated because of the discussions I choose to participate in. But in truth, right, I wish I was a softer YouTuber. This is such a weird thing to say, but I hope you all understand what I'm trying to say, because it's like I'm not always in the mood to like get into ragery commentary and whatnot. If anything, I like peace. You know what I mean? Like I'm more chill. And like once the camera goes off and I'm hanging out with my friends or like I'm just going out there, my life is very chill. And that's like the way I love to live life. I don't want to be always confrontational. Exactly. Like I don't want to fight. I don't want to argue. And like I just want to just not have your brain around, type of thing. So it's kind of like something that I wish I can put forth as a vibe into a YouTube channel. It's something that I don't think has ever succeeded in my own current channel. And I hope that the second channel can give the other side of things for people to kind of take a look at. Oh, a fishing stream would be good. I've never fished before. Like, I would love if that video channel was also me, like, doing anything I want. Actually, another inspiration that I have is Tom Scott. Because you know, like, how Tom Scott is currently making video documentaries of things that he's doing in the country, like, on his road trip and stuff. Eventually, in the frontal view videos that I have, I probably will not have the backing to be able to make the videos that I want. Like, there are bigger video ideas that I wish I was making, but I don't have like the credentials to be able to pull it off. So I remember that. Okay, this is the biggest missed opportunity. Okay, back when I went to Anime Expo, I went to Anime Expo to meet our American AK YouTubers of that time. This was about 2-3 years ago. I think it's about 3 years now since I did that. And during my America trip, which I still have video on my phone, I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna compile them and make a video. I'll try. It has videos of Viper and some familiar faces in there. But um during that trip, I also went out and visit the streets of Los Angeles. So whatever weird finds that we got, I got to speak to people, I got to try the food. There was one very memorable part of the trip that I didn't film. But it was this man who I just thought it was so unique. So I basically came across a store that had the smell of paint and everything. I hope I'm remembering this correctly. I'll have to ask the Feng if he remembers this as well, because I was with him at that time. He makes handcrafted wooden plates. So he does it for like fire stations and stuff. So like he will have the wood, right? And then he'll carve everything out. And then like the imprintings of like the engine windows and everything, like he'll carve that all out. And then he'll paint over it after he's done with the carving. So it's not a museum of sorts, it's like his own workshop. And then I was just admiring everything. I was like, oh my goodness, this is like skill in order to do something like this. And I remember that I didn't film. And here's the other problem. When I see something interesting in my life, I'm the type that wouldn't film. This is counterintuitive to my YouTube endeavors because I like living in the moment. This is one of the reasons why I wish I had a cameraman. Because I wish my cameraman can capture me being absorbed and like talking to people in the moment instead of me being conscious that there's a camera. Do you understand what I mean? So, unfortunately, I don't think this is gonna happen at the start. But like, I eventually hope that I can figure out a good team for me to have because otherwise, I don't think I can really concentrate. But I remember in the moment I was just admiring everything, and I was talking to the guy, and the fact that he had like 30 years of experience or something of doing that whole woodcrafting thing. So I can't remember the specifics of what we talk about, but later after that, he even told us if we'd like to, we can come back. I think it was like few hours later or the next day, and he would love to explain to us more things. And it was at that time that I was like, this could make a whole good video. But then I didn't film it. You know why? I just straight up told Zafeng, I'm not used to this. I don't know how to make a video out of this. Like, I could interview the guy and everything, but like, I've not done this before. But genuinely, if I can document that guy, because I think he was going to retire. That's the other sad part. I'm like, this is a story. I don't give a fuck if no one was going to watch this. In the moment, that's also what I thought. Like, I'm okay if no one wants to watch what this is, but I would feel happy if I documented this. Just for the sake of it. So that's what I mean. So it's like there's so many things that I have experienced in my life that I just wish I can put it out there for people to see it. Yeah. Honestly, you think it's good to not think about making my life a YouTube content? Like, I don't think you should make your entire life a YouTube content because you start becoming way too conscious. But I think as a person, I'm naturally very unconscious because the way I kind of see it is that my life or whatever I've experienced thus far in my life, I'm so grateful because I think I've seen so many. Like, I'm the type of person that allows myself to see a lot of things out there. Like, I try a lot of new things and I go to a lot of new things. Even in my recent trip to Johor Bahru, right? I just think that okay, this is very, very much of a recent experience. So for those of you who are Malaysians and Singaporeans, you'll know about KSL Mall, right? Which is at Johor. So I remember before I went there, I actually watched videos, like 2 or 3 videos about KSL. And they were so like hyper and everything. Like the typical YouTube commentary and like, wow, there's this and there's that and all that kind of stuff. When I'm there, I was like, this is not what I think of KSL if I watch those videos. Because when I went to KSL, I was overwhelmed. I was like, this is overstimulating for me. Everything is everywhere. Because the way that KSL designed themselves was that they have a lot. What's KSL? It's the name of a mall, a Malaysian mall in Johor of Malaysia. Because that's where I went to. Like I've never been to KSL for my life. Only this year was the first time that I've been there. I thought KSL was like a high-end mall. Little did I realize it's not necessarily that. And instead, right, they have a lot of these like fashion-based shops all around. But the thing that they enjoy to do is they spill out their shops. So, meaning to say, even though they have all the things to sell inside the outlet itself, the stuff will fill their atrium and their lobby. And same thing, like, even if you go up the floors as well, you'll see how the things just get out of the zone. So it's just becoming very crowded and very messy. To the point that I don't know, it's like, I start to not know what to choose. I remember when I went there, I said I was gonna buy shops, like I was gonna buy like things to wear and stuff. And it hit the sensation of I actually no longer know what to buy because there's so many things to look at. So I genuinely didn't go home with much purchases. Even though the things there were cheaper than if I were to buy in Singapore. Which is weird. But that I only went there for a day. So I kind of just told myself that I don't think I could have enjoyed that in just a day. I think I need to take like more time to really figure and feel, you know. But I thought it was just interesting to just see everything that was there. And then the other thing that I also kind of just realized, which bewildered me a lot, is when people say that the massage places in Malaysia is significantly cheaper than in Singapore, I was like, yeah, sure, it would be cheaper. But when I was in the mall itself, they had an entire floor that I'm so shocked by this. Okay, this is the funniest thing I can say to compare Malaysians and Singaporeans. In Singapore, you go to the top floor of your mall, you know what is it filled with? Tuition centers. If you go to Malaysia, you go to the top floor of the malls, you know what it's filled with? Massage parlors. What the fuck? Like, it's a huge world of a difference. You can tell the country's priorities. No, but like the massage stores are like very cheap. Is it massage? I don't know what's the sus ones and what's not. Because all I did was just walk around. I mean, they look pretty legit because I saw some of the legit brands around there as well, like the familiar but legit brands. But it's like, I was so shocked that their massage can go up to 3 hours because I don't think any massage in Singapore goes up to 3 hours. So it's just like, whoa, you know, that was like the culture. But like learning about these culture fascinates me a lot. You know, that it's a bit like I kind of wish I can show this off to people, to just show people the places that I've been to and then what goes through my mind when I see these things. Because the way I kind of see it also, again, this sounds like a bit of a brag, so I hope it's not taken the wrong way. But I think a lot of my friends often say this, that if I get invited by them for food, they tend to be very happy that I'm there because I'm very quick to comment on the food. Like I'm straight up entertainment mode even when I'm out with people because like I will literally commentate on the food immediately. Why does it taste good? The noodles are soft, the meat is tender, and all that kind of thing. And like, I'll enjoy. And if the food is bad, I'll also show that the food is bad. At least in my standards, because food is at the end of the day subjective. But yeah, I just like feeling things and being able to show people around. So I just wish I can do that in the form of YouTube videos. You know, I've been to Lalaport back when I was in KL, and I remember that Lalaport was also an experience for me because it's the first mall that I have witnessed. Okay, Lalaport is an interesting place because I would love to make a little bit of comparison with a certain mall in Singapore, which is Scape. So Scape in Singapore is stated to be a youth mall. They're all about the culture, they're all about like make things fun, let people try hobbies and all that kind of stuff. But when I went to Lalaport in Kuala Lumpur, it changed my mind a little bit because Kuala Lumpur went so hard on the Japan aesthetic of a mall. And at first I thought it was a bit corny, but after a while I started to think, actually, they did a pretty good job. No, it's just Lalaport, but okay, if you're someone from Kuala Lumpur, or Selangor for that matter, I think you should be proud that you're in Lalaport. Because Lalaport is a genuine fun place to have. You know, it's not every Malaysian's mall, but not all malls have to be every Malaysian's mall. You know, it's really catered to be an experience. And I really love that. Which I think that's the failure of Singapore malls. Because Singapore malls are too formulaic. And they don't have themes or they don't have a main aesthetic or vibe that they want to do. If anything, if they do an aesthetic or vibe, then it would be luxury. And that is not fun. So it's things like this that I would love to commentate on, you know, about life basically. In a sense, funnily over the years while I'm still active on YouTube, I came to live life more than I did when I started YouTube. And like before I started YouTube, I was also living life a lot. And now it's a bit like I don't really want to just be like trapped at home to only play games, that kind of thing. I would love to bring myself out. Yeah, I just want to touch more grass. I would love to learn nature again. Or like, if I can film a video of myself, you know how. Okay, here's the thing. If I was an AK YouTuber, I can't do this. But the thing is that there was once in my national service, so this would be 8 years ago. I remember one of my friends at that time telling me about how he, for a period of his life, decided to live in Australia, and in order to fund himself, he would work on the farm. So I was just there like, yeah, but I can't do that if I was an AK YouTuber. But now it's like, if I don't restrict myself, I would fucking love to do that. Let me work on the farm for a week and let me like understand what is it like to be on the farm. Like I wouldn't know, I wouldn't appreciate unless I've done it. Here's the thing. A lot of you here probably work in retail as well. Am I right to say that? Like a lot of you here has either worked in retail or F&B. And I'm not technically, well, good for me, I studied hard. So I do not put myself in the situations of retail and F&B. But the thing is, I would really love to. I want to know what it's like. I want to know what it's like so that I understand the pains that these people go through. I know some of you will say don't, but it's like at least I live my life knowing the story. Now everyone's stopping me. There's something, some of you are saying there's some things in life you don't have to experience. Okay, I'll tell you what, if I did a whole variety channel, where would I want it to go? Eventually, I would love if I can show off places that I perhaps needed more clearance. So what I mean to say is that, again, because I don't have the credentials and I don't have the way to show it off, to people that, hey, I can make a video out of this place. I wanna do something and show you show what you guys do. Like one of the things that I've always been very interested in my country, which honestly we don't talk about it enough anymore, but it's like I this sounds so weird, okay? But we're really good. We're really good with our poop. How the fuck are we so good at it? What I mean to say is that this country's sanitation is next level. Like if you like as a Singaporean when you poop, right? It goes down the pipe and everything. But I'm just there like, so where does it go? And how is it treated? How do they make sure that our country's fine? You know what I mean? I genuinely want to know what did we do so right that is making it work? Like if I can go to like PUB and ask them, can I interview? Can you take me on a workshop trip? Can I film that? I would fucking love to. You know what I mean? I want to make videos like that. Like I have genuine strange questions in my head sometimes that I wish were answered. You know, or like you're a civil engineer. Hearing this is so silly. Hey, that's a good thing. At least you know the stuff. I don't know the stuff. What's another thing that I wish I knew? He wants to know all about my shit. No, there's just things about. I'm a very inherently curious person. You see, like I'm not a troublemaker. Is that the best word to use? I don't seek violence or any form of discourse if I can. If anything, oh yeah, the only time that I have a stereotype, okay, I don't give a shit about all your horoscopes and your bloods. All your horoscopes and bloods do not matter to me, except my own. I'm a selfish bastard. I am proud of my own horoscope and blood. So stereotypically, I'm an Aquarius and I'm AB. So these two things have been both acquainted with being a very eccentric person, which I think I am. Which Chinese zodiac? Oh shit, that's it. Chinese during that year. So the funniest thing I've always said is I have a dragon's head but a rabbit's tail. Because I'm born way too close to the Chinese New Year period. So now it's strange. It's like, what am I actually? I've always said that the reason why I'm lucky is because of my rabbit side of things. So, yeah, I'm a Mifu. You're right, I'm Mifu. Yeah, I got fluffy tail and some dragon horns on me. I'm born around January. Yeah, I'm born in January. What about MBTI? Actually, I don't know what MBTI is now. I'm ENTJ. I think I used to be F, but then now I became a T. The P and the J keeps changing, but the E and the N never changes. I knew that I was going to become a T eventually because it's not that I don't have feelings. That's not what T people are. It's just I started to be more logic over emotions than emotions over logic. I know I used to be emotions over logic when I was young, but now I'm like very logical than emotions first. How high is my IQ test? You take IQ test and you got your results? I don't even know if Singaporeans take IQ tests. I don't know what my IQ is. But I think my IQ would have been high because of national service. Because in national service we had to take an IQ test. And I think the IQ test was what led to the position that I got in military. But they didn't give us the results. They only gave us like where we were. We did. I had the test where you had the pattern recognition and there was a few things that they were testing on. I can't remember. But I know that was probably what led to the other stuff. Probably a PES sniff. Oh no, it might be a PES sniff, yeah. Because I did that in BMT. How high do I think it is? I don't know leh. I don't even know how high it can be. It's not something I think about. But then again, I don't really give a shit of what it is. I think it would be high. Because the way that they test IQ is by recognizing patterns and geometry and all that kind of stuff, which those things I'm good at. Like logical stuff I'm good at. I like puzzles. I'm very good at puzzles. Where you live, there's no application of IQ. But no, we don't take IQ tests in our country. If anything, you know what we take as a Singaporean? We take PSLE. Lovely. I want to do PSLE math paper again. I genuinely want to feel myself doing PSLE math paper because it was my best subject and I want to know if I will pass it. And I also want to do PSLE Chinese because I suck at Chinese. And I think I might fail. I'm good at puzzle. Want to test that? We can test that very quickly. I play this from time to time. We can be super quick about this. Let's do this. Welcome to Clues by Sam. Okay, hold on. There are no innocents between Cheryl and Zola who neighbor Gabe. Cheryl and Zola who neighbor Gabe. No innocence, so criminal. Gabe is one of the two criminals above Will. There are exactly two criminals in column B. This comprehension it's one of the logic tests. Hold on. There are exactly two innocents in lobby B. Okay. Gabe is one of the two innocents above Will. Criminal. So you are exactly two innocent. You're a criminal. Only one of the three criminals neighboring Jane is below Adam. Neighboring Jane is below Adam. Only one. So one of the criminals is here. So you're an innocent. Eh? Are you not innocent? Criminal? One of the criminal neighboring Jane. Oh no, you okay. It doesn't mean that you're innocent. My bad. But these so there are three criminals here. One of them is an innocent. Oh, so this is innocent criminal. So you're a criminal. Okay. There is an odd number of criminals neighboring Katie. Where's Katie? Odd number. Right now it's 3, but we know that there's 1 here, so it's 4. It can either be 5 or 7. If it's 5, then it'll be everyone. Sorry, if it's 7, it's everyone. If it's 5, then it's just one more person. Gabe is one of the two criminals above Will, so you're an innocent. An odd number of innocents below Adam, neighbor Katie. Odd number of innocent. So I know there's an innocent here and there's a criminal here. Have I tried Demon Bluff? I love puzzle games, by the way. I've ever thought, okay, wait, if everything in my life fails, you know what I would try to work as? There's several jobs that I would have applied for. And I won't deny, I would love to work in criminology. Because I like doing that. I like solving things. I've won a criminology competition before. Back in 2017 or 18. Yeah, I'd love to do detective work. Sorry, an odd number of innocents below below Adam neighbor KT. So it's either 1 or 3. If it's 3, so 1, 2, 3, well, that's valid. Only one of the 3 criminals neighboring to below Adam. But yeah, it can be 1, 2, 3 like this. Either that or it's just 1. Wow, okay, so it's either you're a criminal and everyone is innocent, or you're a criminal and everyone is criminal. Oh no, but they must neighbor KT. Wow, that makes it so weird. Oh, so you are an innocent? Wait, odd number of innocent. Oh, no, that would make it even. My bad, you're a criminal. Okay. Column B is the only column with exactly 2 innocents. Only column. Innocent criminal. I'm not sure if this helps me with this column. I will see. There's an odd number of criminals neighboring KT. So it's either both of you are criminal or both of you are innocent. There are no innocents between Farrell and Zola neighbor gate. Wouldn't that make you a criminal as well? Oh wait, if that were the case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're a criminal as well. Wait, I could have solved this long ago. Only one criminal in the corner has a criminal directly to the left of them. It's either one of you. There's an odd number of innocents below Adam. Didn't you both say that? Oh, but there's an odd number innocents below Adam neighboring KT, but there's also an odd number below Adam. So that just means you're an innocent. Are you? Huh? An odd number of innocents below KT. Oh, sorry, you're a criminal. There's only one innocent above Zack. Innocent criminal. Mm. But you can't be an innocent, Adam, so you have to be a criminal. Nice. There's only one innocent above Zack. Wow. But if there's only one innocent above you, Zack, you're a criminal, Zack. Row 1 is the only row with exactly 2 innocents. Only row. But you can be a criminal, so that doesn't matter. But you can't be an innocent. But you're a criminal. Innocent criminal. Whichever row is the innocent will have a criminal on the other end. And there's only one innocent above Zack. So it's like interchange. It's like if you're an innocent, you're an innocent. You're a criminal, you're a criminal. You must be a criminal then. Innocent, innocent. I mean, that's the only way that it works, right? Only one criminal has a criminal directly to the left of them. I think that's the easier way for it to work. That is, you're an innocent. Sorry. You're a criminal, and then you're a criminal. You're a criminal. You're an innocent. I don't even think I need to fill in the rest anymore. That you're a criminal, innocent. There's an odd number of criminals neighboring Hazel. Odd. So 1, 2, 3. So no, it can't be 3. So it has to be 5. Well, that makes sense. That it's 5. It's between you two. All I know is you're a criminal. There's an odd number of criminals on the edges. On the edges. I know there's a criminal here. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, it has to be 11. There's only one criminal that has a criminal directly to the left of them. 9? Sorry, this is 8, 9, 10, 11. That just means... Hold on. Ooh, this ending is weird. There must be a rule that I'm forgetting. Criminal. There's 3 criminals and 2 innocents to fail. That's what I've understood. It's just where do they go? It's easier for you to be an innocent. It's easier for you to be a criminal, and then you're a criminal, and then you're an innocent, and then you're a criminal. I'm not even reading the extra stuff. Okay. I mean, yeah, logic puzzles are okay for me. I don't know how long did I take. I can't remember. It's quite fast with it. Have you ever heard of blueprints? What the hell is blueprints? Would I play BA just for story? Would I? It'll take time. It's not voiced, right? If any story is not voiced, it's gonna be harder for me because I would read it voice, and that takes time. Have I ever played Escape Room? You know what I wish I would do? You know Ludwig? Was it Ludwig? Who did this recently? Someone did this recently. I I tend to be the carry for my friends when we play Escape Room. I recently went to play an Escape Room, and we had like 1/3 of the time left or something. But we shouldn't have had that. In fact, we should have completed it in under half the time because one of the mechanisms failed us, and then our teammates got very confused because they were in a different room. Like they tried the correct thing, but the thing didn't trigger, so it trapped us in the escape room for a very long time. But then we realized later that it wasn't our fault, and we wasted 10 minutes from doing it. And then there was another sequence where my friends didn't relay an information they had for a very long time, and they couldn't figure out what they need to do. So the thing is, I remember a certain YouTuber did this. They played the escape room alone. I actually wish I did that. But the thing is, most escape rooms don't let you play alone. Yeah, this guy did that. I want to do that too. Get an extra person, cameraman, second person. I do. I genuinely can. You think it was Disguise versus Street Fan? No, there was one where he did it completely alone. It was like the CSI one. Like one of the hardest, he said it was the hardest difficulty. And he did it for like, it was the hardest difficulty for the outlet. I would love to do the same. Because like, I'm good at piecing things together. It's how I play Danganronpa as well. Like, you know how in Danganronpa, when I'm solving who the killer is, if you guys were part of that stream, that is, it's so fun for me to just like link all the clues, figure the sequence, figure out why things happen, and then bam, that's the answer. Like, it's satisfying to the core. But anyways, that was a random pause and digression from whatever that we were talking about just now. So yeah, I think I do hope that I can try and give you guys a different flavor of a YouTube video. So I know that it's not going to work out from the very start, but it was Slav who kind of convinced me. And I'm glad that he did because I feel like I was receiving an advice. It's funny because Slav is from Croatia, and genuinely the first person who helped me to get on YouTube. It's a very familiar name for older AK players, but the first person who gave me such a helpful advice was Riprin, and he was the one who told me if I want to grow, go and start a YouTube channel, which I agree. Like the reason why I went on YouTube was because I wanted people to watch my streams more. Like I much prefer streaming over making videos, and I'm glad that I did that. But then again, I do think that I was doing a bit of a slow burn for all this while because if I did make YouTube videos, whatever that I've been doing may not necessarily be the key thing that I wanted to do. And in fact, I think I would have much rather made videos to have people to enjoy life. Ripon is from Poland, funnily. So the two most influential people in my life who has helped me content creation wise are Europeans. Well, I can't say Slav has helped me. It's just Slav helped me in the sense that um he recently gave me something. He told me something very sweet, and I appreciated that he said that to me. Which was even though I've not done variety content or real life content, I kind of need to understand that that's just how it will be. That when you make your first video, no one's gonna watch, no one's gonna give a shit, but I'm going to learn from it. Like I've never done it before. I'm scared as fuck. My balls have fallen. Okay, but like I'll get it back because I'll learn. You know, I will figure out why people will watch the video. I'll figure out what I need to do for people to get there. I think something that kind of makes it super annoying is the fact that in AK, unless I try the most bombastic thing, I will never be able to get giant views. Do you know what I mean? If I made a video right now that says I hate Arknights, which I don't, but you get my point, right? Yeah, that thing's gonna have the whole gacha space world tuning the hell in. I'm not gonna do that. I feel like that's what some of the other people do, right? Like, what do they usually write? HSI is ruined. Genshin is over, right? I'm not gonna do that. It's not my thing. Oh, when I filmed Real Style, it was legit though. I mean, it was still legit. So like, I don't want to go down that path. Let me come back into a grounded world, a grounded reality. So I hope that for a start, I want to make the videos that are like on the tamer end and it's more by myself for me to commentate, for me to talk about and discuss. But once I'm past that point, I want to have a little bit of like bigger opportunities to be able to look at the things that I'm interested in and interested about. I would love to show you guys the food places that I enjoy. Would you all want to know the best ice cream to try in Singapore? Or the best. I actually personally have a list of places that I would call the best of something. So I'm also a very big food hunter person. And like, I have a personal favorite ramen. I have a favorite ice cream. I have a favorite. Finally, in Indonesia, I have a favorite Indomie store. I don't think anyone will come close. No way. I don't remember the name of the store though. It's the one that gives you corned beef with it. Favorite spot? Yeah. That was Zamet. Time to time, yes. The cures of ice cream. Yes. When am I done? You missed the whole point of what I'm done about. You have to rewatch the whole thing. Indomie store is crazy. Indomie goreng or soup? Goreng. You always wondered how content like abroad in Japan, but in other countries would work. I also okay. Here's the thing. I'm a very, I think at heart in my blood, I love Singapore genuinely, and I think Singapore is a lot more interesting than what people describe. Yes, we're very compact. Yes, we're very formulaic in the way we do things and how we section our neighborhoods. But in truth, I think it's also a country of like, you could call it a country of dreamers. Then technically speaking, all countries are country of dreamers to a certain extent. But like we do have people who are looking out to chase the hobbies that they have. So I think there's a lot of great food stores out there that people can discover, albeit their prices can be ridiculous. Oh, I have a favorite matcha now that I think about it. I have a favorite coffee place for people to go to. And then I have a favorite dessert store. What else do I have? Uh, I can't remember every food type, but yeah, I'm definitely on a hunt to chase for like the best of everything because I want to and be able to tell people like, hey, you can enjoy this. And even if something's not the best, I would love to be able to show it off. Have I tried the Eiffel Cato? I have no idea what that is. Favorite Italian place? Oh, good one. Oh, very good. Oh, I do. I genuinely do. Okay, thanks for saying that. I don't know if anything's gonna top that for a while. Once I have a favorite, right, it takes months to top that. It's not Caesarea. Caesarea is convenient, but no, Caesarea is not the best Italian place. So I would love to show these off to people. Um, I ever told myself that one day I wish to interact with the remote car community. You all know RC racing? It's basically the people who have the model cars, like the small cars, and then they have like the specific tracks. And then all they do is just they put their car there, and then when the race starts, they just drive on that track and then see who's the fastest and who wins. It's such a niche hobby, but I would love to just interact with them for a day. You get what I mean? Yeah, it's Tamiya. But I want to see it in front of my eyes and enjoy it for a day because I think it's therapeutic. What a dad hobby! I I'm becoming daddified myself, ain't I? What a weird thing to say. Never say that again. It is slightly different. No, it's not Tamiya because remote RC cars is you have to control. I recently visited a friend who had the wildest collections I've ever seen. Like, he owns Lego, he owns Star Wars, and like I love meeting people like this. Are Singaporeans people think that it's cheap to fly to other country, or is it me who think that I'm a very poor person? It's both. The world was different. The world economy is different. Yeah, I really wanna do, and eventually, right? If I have this channel as well, that would be the channel that I would perhaps use if, let's say, I were to suddenly try getting into cosplay, for example, or if I'm very very happy with what I do in the gym, I would love to show that off in that channel. Like I wouldn't show off gym stuff in my current channel. You get what I mean? It's so anything that I make right now on the AK channel that is not about AK will be way too left field. You get what I mean? I'm basically doomed. I can't pivot. So the only way for me to truly pivot is let's go somewhere else. Make it about that. And I just want to be able to deliver better. But I'm not used to it. So the way I kind of say to this is I won't be good in the first few videos, but I hope that when I get to share it with you guys on stream, on YouTube and Discord, that hey, I decided I'll do this. This is the first video that we decided to put up. Hopefully you guys will watch, you guys will enjoy. If you hate it, tell me you hate it. It helps me to learn what I want to see. And I will figure what I can do to let people enjoy. Because at the end of the day, to me, if content creation is truly what I pursue, staying in AK doesn't work. No, it won't be a cookie outer. I haven't decided the name of the channel yet. I can't figure it out yet. But I will figure it. People not watching the stream will be so confused. I don't think I will make any like YouTube videos saying that, oh guys, I made a new channel and whatnot. At most I'll make a post. Because I mean, yeah, I'm just not gonna make it like a big feud. I need more engagement. I don't need engagement. I need something to keep me going. And AK is not doing it for me. I'm gonna do it for how long? Like this other sort of type of content? As long as I can sustain. Here's the thing. I think I'm on a ticking time clock or timer. That is, I told myself I'm gonna do this YouTube stuff for a year. And it's already been half a year. So I basically have the other half of the year left. By the time I'm done with that half of the year, if I see that it's not sustainable, I must leave, realistically. Why do I make the channel with my real name? My real name isn't very fun. So is this channel basically just pure AK and Enfield? Yes. Yeah, my channel will just be AK and Enfield. So the same for the streams that I do. But then that makes it a curious question of like, would I ever stream into that other channel as well? I genuinely do not know if I would or not. But if I did, right, it would. Yeah, it's funny because if I did, I would just spin variety into that channel. Then all the time I stream in here is only for AK. Oh, I wouldn't mind though. If the other channel works out, then I would just take every single non-related AK thing into that channel. Yeah. You think you should make it more mixed? Mix into this channel? No, 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 no. We ain't gonna live. We ain't gonna survive. I mean, okay, the other way I also see to this is I described this before when I decided to do the Cookie Outer channel back then. That is, I need to get out to get milk. Because to me, doing this will be a more positive outlook for AK. Because I think when AK players ask, how can the AK player base grow? The problem right now is no one's going to discover Arknights anymore, or no one's going to discover Enfield. What's done is done. It's for the company's jurisdiction to do that. But as a content creator, making the same type of content all the time isn't exactly going to help the community to grow. If anything, the community will just sustain itself. To me, what I think becomes healthy and important is if you as a content creator are big, in a sense, you have the power to make people play the games that you like. So the thing is, I would fucking love if I can tell people why rhythm games can be very fun, or why you should play AK. But the thing is, I can't do that if no one knows who I am. The thing is, I would genuinely wish, or I would be happy if in my own country, people apparently do recognize me and say hi to me. Because at the very least, if that happens, I will be aware that I'm able to show people the things that I enjoy. And they be able to be that bridge for them to try the things and be a part of that community as well. That to me is a way for content creators to grow. Not to grow, but to grow the community. There's only so much positive impact you can make in terms of like making a guide, making like community engagement. If you think about it this way, if I make a community engagement where we held an AK tournament or we held an AK community poll, who's the people that's going to watch that? The only people who's going to watch that are AK players. You get what I mean? No non-AK player will be watching an AK video. It's just not how it works. Unless they're watching a video of like, should you play AK? That's the only platform, that's the only juncture where they will connect with the game. But that is because they sought their interests. Or if someone does a video of why you should play AK now, or why AK is the best game, then okay, fine. But you can't make that your entire YouTube channel. You get what I mean? I could do that once this year. I can't do that all 365 days. Because I will be called the biggest hyperglazer if that happens. So instead, the other sort of trajectory of what people can do as a content creator is to not restrict yourself into only the game, and instead do something else so that the people elsewhere can discover you. So there's a part for me to say that gacha content creators who play multiple gacha games technically are good because they are everywhere, but the part that doesn't make me feel good is if they're not loyal to anything, then they wouldn't actually gain a direction to grow that space of the community. And in fact, I feel like people who play multiple gacha games, they don't really have the time to dedicate to any community. So none of the community actually sort of benefits. The only person who benefits is the YouTuber themselves, because the YouTuber is like everywhere. So they try to get as many few people as possible from each game to know who they are. And that's a bit different. That's not like really dedicating to a singular space. So the reason why I feel like a person like, if you think of Rainbow Six Siege and how they suddenly blew up and grew, right? They grew at a time when people like Jinxie, people like Voice Critical suddenly got interested. And the giant content creator hits that love to play the game, right? Like for a long time, Rainbow Six was going on a downhill trend, but then they decided to pick up the game, and because they picked up the game, people got interested and it grew the player base. Rainbow Six Siege got a new peak. It's the same thing that happens with Uma Musume. Uma Musume can peak all of a sudden because of the giant creators playing the game. So now I kind of feel that I'm not, for the 7 years that I'm doing AK, I'm not going to do a service to AK by pumping out more AK videos. It's not the way it should work. If I want the AK community to grow, I need to be somewhere else. I need to be, it's like being a promoter or salesperson, if you get what I mean. That you get other people who knows you, they like you as a person, and then afterwards, when they want to find out more about you and they find out what game you play, they'll be like, oh, how come you're playing this game for so long? Oh, it's a quick game. You want to try? Okay, sure, I'll try. You understand what I mean? Yeah. Okay, that's funny. Why is Arknights the best gacha game as a video tend to only be watched by people who play AK. You're so right. Like AK players, are the singular audience who loves when anyone glazes the game or tries the game. Because it's like proud parents, Yes, someone's trying my favorite game. And then it's the end of it. Honestly speaking, I feel like that's what Sleth is doing. A lot of people were watching Sleth when he first started, and then all of a sudden, Sleth isn't getting as much of the same people who's watching him. Because that's what AK players are. AK players just love to see the little pickup on the game, and then they're done. I'm thinking I got a bit moist critical in the base basketball match. I would love if my YouTube content isn't just singular as well. Meaning, like, I would love to be able to chat with people and to collaborate with people as well. Because I think it's just fun that way. Eventually, I would love a podcasting nature of a YouTube video also, where it's cozy and I can just chat my mind out and say whatever that I want. You know, you feel like gacha and touch grass are paradoxical. It is, but I think a lot of people, you may not realize that there's tons of people out there who are hyper casuals and that they play games not to watch people from that game. Like for example, there's tons of people who play MLBB or all the mobile games, but they will never watch a single content creator of that game. It's the same for gacha games as well. Actually, there's tons of people out there who silently plays HSI and whatnot, but they cannot give a fuck what content creators say. They're not on YouTube at all. They're just there to play the game, log in, and they're out. So finding these, but the thing is, these are the same people who are watching YouTube for other types of content. So if the people of the other types of content happen to, be picking up on something that they enjoy, they'll be happy to see that they're playing the same game and they get more interested. Or otherwise, if they introduce something that is different, they might get curious. Chronically offline. That's such a funny thing to say. Yo, wait, what? Chronically online and the opposite of it is chronically offline. I want to be that.
He get naked on stream and cook?
I can't hear anything.
Bro,
Hold on.
You got a full day stream of Cookie yesterday. What did he do? Did he get naked on stream and cook? Bro, if Cookie is not in a bikini getting naked and cooking Enfield food, I don't even want to watch it, man. Bro, he needs to lock in, man. He needs to start spreading those Asian ass cheeks on kick.tv.
No. I'll do that at I'll do that at 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs and your deadline is end of this month. I'll do it at 1,000. You heard me. Don't do it. Make a counter. What am I at now? Don't do it. Don't do it. Need a counter? No. We're not making a goal. We're not making a goal. I'll do subathons in the future. And I'll figure it out. I'll figure what to do. What am I now? I'm at 90 now. What's that 1,000? I don't know. I don't know how much 1,000 subs is. Wait, let me check. How much is 1,000 Twitch subs? Oh my god, that's kinda expensive. Wait, no. Hold on. 1,000 Twitch subs is like 5,000 in my country. No, I ain't paying. No, I ain't accepting $5,000. It's gonna be like $10,000. Okay, 2,000 subs. 2,000 subs to go. And you gotta pay me 10K USD for me to fucking do what you just said. But that's the amount that it has to be. That's what it's worth. Sintontas is an oiler? I didn't know he is an oiler. Does Poke have an oiler? I have no oilers in my chat. I barely have an oiler. Or at least no consistent oiler. I have people who have sub. Like, the funny thing is that if you see my Twitch chat, right, you see the top 3 of my sub count. That has never changed for 4 years now. Either 3 or 4 years. It's never changed. The leaderboard is unscathed. What question mark? As in the top number of gifted subs on Twitch. Like you see how it's by Sneaky Plater and Nitsec. I genuinely don't think that placement has changed for however many years. At least 3. But that's also because I don't know about the other streamers, but as a streamer myself, I never like aggressively ever mention the idea that you guys should sub to me. Because I feel that if you want to do that, you should do that on your own decision rather than me saying it. Like when I watch other streamers as well, I don't enjoy it if they say that to me. You get what I mean? I have a very don't do what you don't want others to do to you mentality. You know? So it's easy for me to say in a sense that if I bash someone for something bad that they did, I want them to do that back to me. I don't have that double standard. Like whatever that I do, I have the main motive of people can do the same to me. Most don't mention it. You remember too that streamers saying it when they are forced into ads. Like I might very here and there randomly say sub when there's an ad on, but like even so, I don't say it all that often because it's like I think it's intrusive. It's very annoying. Or press my ad now. Oh, but I can press ad now though. If you want me to do that. How much is a bottle of olive oil? Can I not use olive oil? Can I use other types of oil? If I do an oil up kind of thing, I can't do it at home. I don't want to make my house a mess. I'll do it somewhere else. Imagine. Oh my goodness. Okay. This is funny because oil up is such a funny thing to ask people to say oil up is such a funny thing to ask streamers to do. The streamers tend to not do it. Unless for many subs. Like for example, Thinking Man's Venom say he's gonna oil up if Foot Esports actually wins this tournament. Which would be so funny to look at. Oh no, but I've seen one streamer do it. I don't remember who's that name it, but he did it in a kiddie pool. He poured oil into the he poured oil into the kiddie pool, and then he just flooded himself. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. One day. We should make fun sub goals. I think sub goals are fun. Sub goals are less intrusive. But it's like, hey guys, at least if each of you do it, you'll work towards something that will ridicule the shit out of me. If I had to oil up, what would I use? Can I use whipped cream? I think that would look very weird, right? I think that would look very weird. Sorry. Even milk would look very weird. I don't know. Maybe I use another liquid, but not oil. But I might not mind because I bother to work out. So if I bother to work out, I'll look sensational in oil. Is my cookie 1K sub special me being oil? Maybe, yeah, maybe. That's an idea, right? We need a subathon idea for AK. One day, one day. I should do that once. I've done that. I've streamed for. By the way, having done Twitch for 7 years, the only times I think I've only done subathons twice, which sounds a bit few, doesn't it? Yeah, streamers tend to care to do more, or even if they don't do more, they care to put a number. But I don't give a shit. I think Poke does it every stream. Ah, yes, Sideshow buttered himself. Right. That's what Sideshow did. Oh yeah. He put butter on his forehead and his head. Oh my god, imagine that on me. Wait, I would do that as a social experiment. Just to see the butter slowly melt and like just creep down. Gotta do a subathon as a VTuber. If I had the money, I would give myself a VTuber model. I already know what model I want as a VTuber. I know what model I want, and I know what features I want in that VTuber. Actually, no. Do I really? I don't think of the face, but I think I'm more curious about the hair. Like, would I make it a classic black hair, or would I just change the hair color? If I change the hair color, okay. If I chose a hair color, I probably would have went white as a VTuber model. I think it's from Young Thing that is like not like old man's white. You get what I mean? Like elderly white is very different from like a dyed white. Dyed white hair is very nice. But I would never dye my own hair white because my hair cannot sustain color very well. You can say it's like Silver Ashes white. Yeah. No, my VTuber model would not be a cookie. I wouldn't mind my VTuber model wearing a sword or wielding a sword, sorry. Let's see me hit my head against the chair. Why? No, cosplay for Wang Banner. Cosplay 做了 lah. That's what everyone tell me to do. Go do 做了. Maybe I'll pull that off. Might not mind. Make ASMR of my voice. Nah. Can I pull it off? Can I ever pull off an ASMR? Let me think. I think I'll laugh while doing it though. I think like when I do it right, I think I'll fucking laugh, and I'll never be able to like do it for 30 minutes. No, I'm not gonna do it. You'll pull off an ASMR. You can do that, Slav. Oh, Slav, were you here throughout my entire conversation? Seriously, why are the ants on my table? What food is there on my table? It's not like a lot of ants, it's like one or two, but it's still bad enough that it's like they shouldn't even be on my table. God damn hot weather. Open Discord DM right now and I'll see. You slipped into my DMs? Wait, what? My Discord ain't opening. How about ASMR of my wisdom tooth removal? Bro, if I film my wisdom tooth removal, I might be screaming. Why is my Discord not working? I ended Discord. Oh, I got in. Wait, you have my stream open while listening to me? What the fuck? Wait, you have my stream open, but are people listening to me? What? No way, right? That was like 2 hours of stream. Oh, okay, that's fine. But not the whole way. Oh, you entered your stream already. Also, you have been listening to me. Oh, beautiful. I wonder if no, I don't even think the devs care enough to be watching me.
Followed up by Battle.
Kiara is streaming. I don't think she's sponsored. I know Kiara's Frontier streams are sponsored, but I don't think her current streams are. Kiara legitimately loves AK, which does make me wonder. I'm not of a big enough status for me to be able to get in contact with someone like Kiara. Although I can always try with her real life, but like I'm not of that status to ever truthfully speak to her and ask her. As to like what she truly feels about the game. Like if you ask me like someone like Abby, I can get some truthful opinions of Abby, but I wouldn't be able to do that for Kiara. You do a lot of cosplay for OG characters. She loves the AK world, which will make me wonder like, why? What does she enjoy of AK? When was Smart proposed to me? Smart's like way older than me, right? Okay, let's not make that work. It'll be funny to see the reactions if we say sure. Actually, if I clear clearance, it is possible for me to interact with AK artists as well. Meaning like I can actually get certain artists or what's the other one? VAs to be part of videos. Oh fuck! Fuck. I just remembered there was this beautiful video I wanted to start the stream. Oh, Alchemedic! Okay, Alchemedic was a specific one that I couldn't. I've met him in person. He's very nice to know in person. But this is the thing. When I say get clearance, I don't mean that it's easy. I actually think it's very difficult. Alchemedic specifically told me he cannot appear in videos, which makes me quite sad. As in, like he doesn't even want his voice in videos or his opinions in videos. And I have a feeling this might be the same across all the opinions of all the artists of AK, that they might be locked up to say anything about the game. So that's kind of sad. Yeah. I want to show you all this. Yanya Gambit is one of the best female climbers, if not the best female climber in bouldering. So she went to China for I think what is considered like a show, and like, gosh, imagine this one. I wouldn't like go crazy over much female famous people. But this time I might. She's so strong. Let experience heaven. Yeah. No, why is the guy there? There for the exact perfect moment. And then here's the thing, it's climber and everything. So like there were people who's in the comments down below and they're like, imagine the climber's sweat, it's all on him, and like, oh, I think she has a boyfriend. Does Young Gambit have a boyfriend? Yes, I think she has. So that's not good. Oh, she's not. She's the boyfriend. They're separated. They're separated. The man has a chance. I said. She no longer has a boyfriend. They're separated. The man here now has a chance. So you know what's the best part of this clip as well? The man pushes forward. See the rich guy. bro, wish it was him. And it's literally commented right there. A, the success. B, the dream. I'm going climbing variety. I watch climbing. I watch bouldering competitions regularly as well. I was following the recent Prague tourney that happened, and I felt very sad for Meshti because I really wanted him to win from his comeback to bouldering, but he didn't win. And he was beaten by Sorato, which Sorato is like literally one of the best climbers as well on the male side of things. So yeah. Yeah, imagine if I can film videos of bouldering now. Oh, the heaven. Or gym. Anything else about my life that isn't related to AK would be such a joy for me, no? I have some nice funny stuff that pops up on my Twitter that is lovely. Sometimes I get weird stuff, but sometimes I get funny stuff. And I appreciate that. But for you know, let's I hope to pivot into something that is more fun. I would say. What should my new channel be? What should my new channel be called? Should it even have any association with Cookie? What do y'all think? The more you listen, the more you sound like AK is the problem. Uh, let's say there's just too many things that are the problem. I'm the Singaporean king. What the hell? The alternate names that I've ever read. I don't think it's taken. Let me see if it's taken. Yeah, it's not taken. I could literally go. Oh, Marco's streaming. Oh, he's streaming Kingdom Heart. Oh, good for him. The other name that I've read as an alternate name is this. Would you all like that? Wait, hold on. Let me turn on dark mode. because my name, well, it's less, how do I say? It's less criminal of a name because Kaze's first derivation was Kamikaze. So now that I've grown from Cookie, the safe for work, and it also further emphasizes on what I enjoy, would be this. But it doesn't feel right because of the fact that you could just smash the word together instead of pronouncing it as N. You actually just say cooking, which is very weird to do, but it's also not correct. But you still just call me Cookie for short. Or I could just do this. Cookie Queen. And it's literally a derivation of Kaze. Would it be not just nice to just go Kaze, Cookie? Too short. Too short. And then you know why I wouldn't do it? Because it has 3 Ks. I need to make sure I'm not associated in any ways. In no way at all, I need to be associated with the 4K clan than the 3K clan. I prevented problems. I prevented trouble. No, I don't like cola. You never saw that? I feel like when I was young and when I came up with Cookie Kaze, I literally said that to my friend without knowing anything about the 3K clan, that like I specifically stated, oh, at least I prevented that. No, 4K is fine. Cookie like this would be too short, but the problem with doing this is I think this actually pops up like... Sorry, I think this legitimately might pop up. Can you stop doing that? Like Japanese Cookie. I popped up someone else. I don't know. For me, visually, I do not quite enjoy Cookie on his own. But I like the fact that I just keep to this because it's like I've kept it in, you know. Oh, but I won't deny though. If for whatever reason I do a better job going non-gacha, I don't know if I will trade the name. Do you get what I mean? Meaning I don't know if I'll trade Cookie Kaze into this because I've lived with that name for a while. But then again, when people meet me, do they... None of you call me by my full name, do you? It resonates with you, but it's like you would say that most of you just call me Cookie for short. Right? But you know what? Cream is fine. Cream is fun. Cream is fun because that's what my videos will be. They'll be delicious cream. At least cream is edible, not kaze. Imagine eating kaze. I cannot go too close to my own name. Because if I go too close to my own name, I think it messes with the algorithm also. Wait, I can't go kurikake. No. I was like, okay, kurikake is kind of okay because I was thinking of furikake. I was thinking of the fucking seasoning. And then I realized what you're trying to go for. Fuck you. I was sane in the mind, okay? I was clean when you said that. Maybe I'll just do this. Will people be fine with this name? Actually, there's a reason why this name is happy for me. Because there is another type of food that I do enjoy. And if any of you give me this as a gift, you would make me very happy. Because another of my dessert that's my favorite is creme brulee. Which is specifically because creme brulee is custard. And like, I love custard. Like of all the fillings in dessert, custard is my favorite. So like you could pronounce my name as cookie creme or like cookie cream. It's up to you. Which is the reason why I write it like that. Cookie brulee is so annoyingly long to read. Yeah. I like changing I like names nowadays. The names that I kind of fancy are names that are English but changed to a different language. And if it sounds nice in that different language, it's good. This is the same amount of syllables as cookie kaze. Oh, no, but then kaze and brulee. You know, like brulee drags the name. Brulee is very annoying. Zay ends the name fast. Cookie cream is like, well, you're used to saying that because it's a flavor. You're just removing the N and that's fine. I'm not gonna go cookie cream like this. I'm not gonna do this. I much prefer this because this is a merger of my other favorite dessert. You need to realize that my desserts are my favorite because if you look at the bits of my like my Twitch bits, right, which I've never changed for a very long time. I've never changed for years now. But like I've long loved desserts. Let me go and check it out. No, wait a minute. Where is my Twitch? Yeah, I found it. Look at that. I'm supposed to extend on it, but I've never done it. I should extend on it, right? It's all based on desserts. Are there few desserts that I would have placed in? Oh, why do I have two of the same? I don't think it should have been the same. That's weird. Oh, I turned it off. Okay, it's fine. Did anyone ever hit this? No, right? I know someone hit this. I don't know if anyone hit this. Pocky donut. Oh, would I have added new things in? No, that's funny, you see. So like you see how my bits names are already cookies and cream to begin with. So like it's going to make it work. And a random Oreo cheesecake because you do not write cookies and cream cheesecake. But Oreo cheesecake is literally cookies and cream. Do I have any new discovery of cookies and creams desserts in the past many years of living? Do I have donut? I do, right? Donut is there. I would have waffle. Cookies and cream flavored waffle. Where the freaking dough is cookies and cream. That would be wow. I think it does exist. Oh, but funnily, I don't have the cookie itself. Wait, cookies and cream cookie sounds so weird. Oh, crepe is a choice. Yeah, I could have gone for crepe. As a bits. Crepe is great. I don't know if there's anything else. Cups are there. I have cups. Yeah, like a peanut butter cup. Macaroon is there. I haven't had a macaroon in a while. Cookies and cream cups are basically like peanut butter cups, except that you freeze cookies and cream. So it becomes a biteable, almost like chocolate. Doesn't Pocky make cookie and cream flavored? Yeah, that's why it's the first one. It's the cheapest one. Choco Bar was inspired by Hershey. And then this was ice cream, which assumedly can be the next most expensive. Then it became cheesecake. Macaroons are cheaper than cheesecake, but macaroons are more exquisite, which was why I ranked it that way. Cups should also be cheaper, but then again, you see people selling cups less, which was why I went with this. You went to milkshake. Truffles should also be cheaper, but I just decided. And trifle will be the most expensive. I don't know what will be more expensive than trifle though. Trifle is the grandest cookies and cream flavored thing. I think. Is there anything grander than trifle? I don't know if there's something grander than a trifle. You know what we should actually do? Genuinely. Anyone who knows my server lore, as in like my if anybody has lived in my Discord server for long, we should make this one of the bits. What's the story of this? It was a day where I was in the Discord server. I was gonna have a call. I said I was gonna drink some alcohol. I specifically asked everyone, what happens if you have, was it wine that I was drinking? Was it wine or was it something else? I'm gonna say it's wine for now. And then I said, it tastes bitter or something. And I then asked the call if I added a chocolate bar in it, would it taste nice? I think they all said go try it, and I did. And then I broke off specifically a Hershey's cookies and cream chocolate bar. I poured it in, it melted, and then I got a shock of my life because as it melted, it didn't blend. The cookie fell to the floor. And then I felt like it was layering the fucking chocolate and the wine, like it just didn't go together. And it was like swirling. Did I drink it? Yes. Did I finish it? I cannot remember. Maybe we should make that into a bits reward. Then the real ones will know what that's about. The cookies and cream chalice. Wait, that's so fancy. Wow, that deserves to be one of the high bits. Imagine saying chalice and it's like, oh, a golden cup of cookies and cream. That would be smart. Thanks for knowing my old lore of this. Okay, when will I get started on pursuing towards this new channel and whatnot? Honestly, I kind of need a little bit of a push. So what I told myself and to my editor is I think I need a bit of force. If you guys want to be a nuisance, please message me. Sorry, please write in my chat on a regular basis, starting from next week. When are you gonna do it? You can say that with no context to people who were not here, and like I'll remember what that means. Then that's a way for me to remember I have to do it. So I'm the type of person that needs a little bit of a push in order to do something. Like I'm definitely nervous about pulling it off, but I feel like let's just do it so that we can have a bit of fun and finally see a completely different style of a video for once. There is nothing to do with the game. When am I gonna do it? I mean, I am still sick, and I still have to do my wisdom tooth extraction. What is the first video that I genuinely want to make? And I think is realistic for me to make. Let me see. I told myself that there was a video that, oh yeah, you all know that I'm single. As of today, I'm still single. I wanted to make a video. If the things allowed me to, I just thought it would be good because I think Singaporeans would be genuinely curious. I would love to make videos on hangout organizations in Singapore. Because there's a new trend in Singapore where there are organizations that are specifically catered to making friends. So I was very curious, do they actually work? And I want to make a video on that. But the problem with doing that is, one, the organization needs to allow me to. Two, the participants I'm interacting with needs to allow me to. So that's very difficult to pull off. That is a genuine challenge to make as a video. There was also another one where I thought it would be a fun topic for me to do like a late night hunting, but I wanted to make a commentary on how Singapore might not be as clean as we think. And I think Singaporeans ourselves know it, but like it's not a problem. Meaning like the ideas that we see pests all around our neighborhoods is more common than anyone think. And it's not a problem where it's because our country is dirty. It's funny because the problem seems to be our country is too clean. Weird, right? Our country is so clean that we spawn pests. Or more like there are certain ways that we handle cleanliness that isn't correct. And then I want to see if we can make some proposals in that video on how we can improve on that. Okay, chat. I let you be my decider. You genuinely decide my first video's content. Because I'm quite indifferent to both these videos, but I think they'll be fun. You want me to make a video on going up to various buildings in Singapore? So rooftop spotting is the way I call it. Or do you want me to make a video on bus rides? I'll probably make a video on my gym stuff like 3 or 4 months down. Because I'm kind of nearly there and I wouldn't mind sharing. Cooking. Oh my god, if I make a cooking video, it would be a disaster. I'll probably get my mum in the video. Fishing. I want to see a video on bus. Bus. Ooh, now y'all have started to make my brain wheels turn. I'll make a video on cycling for sure. I will very likely want to do a Singapore round trip cycling. Round trip cycling means I cycle the entire perimeter of the country. I would love to do that for a day. That is that's like 80 kilometers or something, or like it's like no wait, or is it 100 kilometers? Maybe 100. Well, running I'll die. I've never ran a marathon though, so that would be a fun video to do. Round Island? I want to do it for fun. But can you do it for the whole day? Like, do you complete it in a day? It might take 24 hours to do a full round. Wait, it seems like more of you are saying do a bus ride. I think about weather. Of course, I have to pick a good non-rainy season weather. Oh, but I don't want to do it in the sun. The weather's way too hot. I can go to the Hoyo Fest. Here's the funny part. Because I'm not restricted to gacha, I can actually visit Hoyo Fest and put that video into that fucking channel. I can put it in the AK channel as well, but I can put it in that channel because it's like everything non-AK related goes there. I'm like an infiltrator. No, then I can interview people. Why do you like HSR? Why do you like Genshin? I feel like a spy. What am I gonna do there? I'll find the cheapest and most expensive merch. I'll feel what is it like to get an autograph. I will put on my bucket list, go to a dev and tell them Genshin Impact is my favorite game. Oh my god, I'm gonna get blacklisted. I think I'm gonna get blacklisted. Imagine I say that. Imagine I do that for the entire video. I start the video by saying, guys, here's my bucket list. I'm gonna do this, and last, I'm gonna tell the dev Genshin Impact is my favorite game. Oh my god! But I'm doing it for the laughs! Will people hate me for that? No, but okay, no. Or is it funnier if I go up to him and tell him Arknights is my favorite game? That's not genuine. That's actually funny. Right? Like, what would his reaction be? But then it'll be interesting to visit Hoyo Fest because it's like the only. It tends to be massive in Singapore, at least. Holy shit! I go up to them, I say Arknights is my favorite game, and they reply, "Me too." Oh my god! Oh my god! Well, I would be so happy though if they say that. Even if they say that as a joke. Think of what am I gonna do with bus rides as a topic. I think there's a few different things I can talk about. I think the thing that concerns me also is I want to give so much love when making these videos. Both as a display of like the country's culture and also be able to. Okay, here's the thing of the bus rides. It is very likely that if whatever opportunity possible, I want to slip in the funniest bus related stories I had as a kid. But if I say it now, you guys would be disappointed to hear it again. You all have heard my bus related stories, have you? I have like, wait, how many bus related stories do I have? I have 1, 2, 3. Do I have any more? I don't have. I think I only have 3 major stories. The others are not that massive. I told the sleeping one. No, but all my bus rides involve me sleeping. All 3 stories involve me sleeping. Wait, okay, I've told you guys the story of me scaring a bus driver, have I? Scaring a bus driver at midnight. No? I have a story where I scared a bus driver at midnight. I have a story where I woke up and there was no one beside me. And then I have a story where. Oh no, I have the Malaysia story. Oh, that's 4 then. I have the fucking story where I crossed the fucking checkpoint. That one is the most familiar one. Yeah, the story where I was an illegal immigrant. Wow, if I tell all these stories in the video, would it be funny? Will people think I'm stupid or will people be genuinely humoured? 5 months, you're the best NPCC. Thank you.
5 months, man.
I hope
You are
people
the
will be
best
genuinely
NFU
humid rather than thinking I'm a
CC.
complete idiot. Because it happens to the best of us. It's genuinely so funny that if it just happens to you once in a while in your life. I had This is funny because in the video itself, the very bus ride that this incident happened is probably going to be the bus that I will sit on for the video. But there was once I was heading home. I'll tell this to you guys. There was once I was heading home, and then I sat on the window seat. So there's another seat beside me. And it was a crowded bus. So everyone, like all the seats were filled and everything. There was a guy sitting beside me. And I was sleeping. I was tired. Especially when I was younger, I have the habit to keep tilting in my sleep. So unfortunately, I didn't tilt to the window. I kept tilting to the guy. And I think the guy got a little bit annoyed. Eventually, I think I fell into deeper sleep, which means I was, peaceful and everything. I was in my school uniform as well, by the way. And then I woke up on the floor. I woke up, I looked at everyone. Everyone was staring at me down the bus corridor. What is the kid doing on the floor? I got off my seat and I was like, why am I seated on the outer seat now? Where did the guy go? To this day, I don't have an answer. Did he leave for the bus stop? Did he change his seat? No, no, no. I became alone. I got both seats now. I don't know what happened. The bus was so crowded. I got so embarrassed. I fell asleep and I landed on the corridor with a loud bang. I just jumped up and I stayed awake the whole remainder of the ride. And then I just rode home. So if I share something like this for the sake of a video, will people enjoy it? I think some people might. I guess that's the whole point of the video. Finding out what are the target audiences that will enjoy things like this and then appealing to them. Because I genuinely have so many stupid things that I've done in my life. Bus ride and sleeping is a bad combination for me. Yeah. Yeah. I've never badly sleep and then miss my stop completely, apart from the Malaysia one. It's a bit and a banter. Yeah, I want my videos to have a serious bit, and then serious bit followed by story into serious bit into story into serious bit. You know what I mean? But that would be a fun way to make a video. And make sure that the story isn't filling the whole video and it's very quick. Have you nearly died before? I know that you had. Have I nearly died before? Yes. I've nearly died to... This is a story I wouldn't share for the sake of the video. I've nearly died in the sense that there was... So in the eastern side of Singapore, there's this place called Katong. So it's full of shophouses, meaning that the roads are very narrow. As a result of the roads being narrow, the roads tend to be one way on certain parts of the streets. Unfortunately, on one of the streets that I was crossing, I assumed that it was one way. So I kept looking at the directions where I can clearly see coming. And I don't know if I phased out or what, but I clearly couldn't see any other cars coming in the opposite direction, at least in the direction I was looking at. So I kept thinking it was a one-way traffic. I walked down the road, my friend said, "What the fuck?" and pulled me. And the car horned at me. I was like, what? And apparently, I nearly got hit by a car that was in the opposite direction that I wasn't facing. Because I thought it was a one-way street. So I had to explain to my friend. I genuinely thought it was a one-way street. I was so surprised there was another car there. This happened like 8 years ago, I think. And that scarred me. That scarred me in the sense that like the car wasn't that close, thankfully. There was a good distance between me and the car. But the thing is that it didn't scar me like as a trauma. Like I think about it a lot. It scarred me more in the sense that I grew a habit, which is a habit that my friends are annoyed by, but like it's for my own safety, you know. I do not jaywalk dangerously. So you know like how people have a tendency where in the shortest time window that they can find, even if the car is close by, if they think they can cross, they would do so, right? I would only cross a road if I see for a large like distance there is no car. Then I'll cross. Because what goes through my mind is if someone is speeding, I don't want to take that risk. Like if someone decides on that fine sweet day they want to rev their car or they want to like step on the gear, I don't want to take that risk that I'm in the way. So my friends always get annoyed because they will cross before me and I'm left behind. But I'm like, nah, I'd rather take that safety. So I'm basically worst jaywalker. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite work in the other countries. I'm talking about you, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam, and Thailand. I did jaywalk in Malaysia recently. Had to just find a sweet timing and just fucking cross. It is a fine. Can you know jaywalk in you can't jaywalk in Malaysia? It's not fine in Malaysia, right? You have to. There's no traffic lights. Oh yes, here's the thing. If I filmed the video overseas, the funny enough thing is I wouldn't take I would take public transport to try it, but I'm the type of traveler that I would walk. Even if the traffic doesn't allow me to. So that's gonna be a little bit fascinating. I heard that the culture in Vietnam, when it comes to the jaywalking stuff, is that they have this respect for pedestrians, like they're aware that pedestrians will cross. So they will just slow down their vehicle and expect you to just walk. And then it's just gonna be a pile of like suddenly one lane slows down, the next lane slows down, the next lane slows down, just for a pedestrian to go through. But I think Malaysians don't give a shit if someone jaywalks and wouldn't even mind if they sped up their car. And then Indonesia, I think Indonesia is similar to Malaysia. But I would say that Indonesia, if you like raise your hand to like stop the car, I think they're more responsive than Malaysia. I think Malaysians just don't give a shit. It's like if you're a pedestrian, why the fuck you not on a car? Type of culture. Unless you're in KL. KL is like maybe the one place they allow. Yeah, from Indonesia is so bad. Is it? To like ever try to cross the road? If I can make videos on the other countries, also will be a big joy. I think that there's a few different things that I would love to cover about bus rides. You think Indo is rougher? I need to try walking around Indo more. You know, I don't walk around Indo enough because all the time when I travel in Indo, I travel with my friends. But Malaysia, I travel alone. So yeah, I need to travel alone in Indonesia, then I'll know. Because I can do my own things. No, but I think if I made a video on the bus ride story, probably I have a few different topics that I want to cover in the bus ride story. I think another thing that I kind of want to do in my videos is, especially to the Singaporeans, and I feel like this is going to be more oriented to the Singaporean videos. Certain topics that I make, I wish it had a nostalgic take to it. Like I would love to cover the fact that we once used to have late night buses. So basically, Singapore's public transport stops at midnight, which sounds very late. Some of the countries might not even stop at midnight and earlier. But midnight is like the last-ish timing that you can take a train or even a bus. In the past, on the weekends, they used to have buses that would take people home at the very late hours. But the problem is, they decided to phase it out because of very little participation on the bus rides. The way that I might argue it is if they were to do it again, they could have just made the buses run along the stations and then send people home that way. People would take that bus. Because the other thing about the late night buses was that they were priced at a premium. But the thing is that just the problem was people weren't riding it. And I think that the issue was the fact that they made the buses travel across multiple neighborhoods. So the whole objective was to take people directly home. But I think that wouldn't have to be the purpose. What they could have possibly done was to just make the buses run along the stations. If people drop at the station closest to their home, they can just walk home. If they're drunkard, they can just die on the station bench and wake up and realize everyone's going to work. Yeah. I would love to make that as a video topic and content. Just everything to mention about Singapore buses. Oh, that would be a lovely thing to do. I should start scripting on this. When can I possibly deliver on this video? What's a good day to post weekly video, guys? Friday? Saturday? Midweek Wednesday? Remove your Wednesday blues. Choose a weekly upload day. Okay, you guys are deciding. Wednesday. You miss your late night yapping. TLDR, Kev, for you to come into the stream. I will make the second channel happen. We've decided the second channel name. Wednesday, Friday? If you all say Friday, then Friday will be my deadline to make this video. While I make other AK and Enfield videos in the process. I think that gives me a lot of head start. I have a whole week to plan a delicious video. No, not tomorrow. It'll be next week's Friday, not tomorrow. Shall we do that? Why not just expand bus and make a tutor on how to get there with transportation? Why not expand the bus? What does that mean? There's multiple topics that I want to talk about when making the bus video. Like I want to talk about the peacefulness of the bus rides, like certain bus rides that people can take in order to enjoy. And like how bus rides are so significant to various civilians in my country. I mean, it's gonna make people envious, genuinely. Like showing, wait, are there actually videos on bus transportations in my own country? That just made me very, very, very curious. Do anyone ever make a documentary on it? Oh no, yes. I mean, yes, but no, right? How to take the bus. I love it. I love how YouTube guides. 150,000 views. Yes, how to take a bus. I need this. How to get my 8K guides cannot be this. Oh my goodness. Ooh, this is a fun one. Day in the Lives of a Bus Captain. Actually, I think me making this video will be very fun. Oh wow, I think it'll be so new. Because the goal that I have in the bus video, genuinely, is more so an appreciation of the buses in Singapore. No one has done it. Oh my god, it's gonna be a fucking country's first. Or more like if someone did it, it's not big or out there, you get what I mean? Like it's not like a lot of people are seeing that video if it does exist. Because the thing I want to do is to tell people that, like, I think for a lot of us regular citizens, we, especially to some people, we value the bus a lot. Like, bus is our peaceful ride home. Bus is the thing that tells us it's the end of the day at work. And like, the sights that we get to see, the views we get to see at times can be very therapeutic. You know, to get a seat on the bus. Or like, yeah, I think it's just I want to make a heartfelt piece. I'm a bus CC now. No, I think it's more like when I make the new channel, the pivot I'm trying to do is I want to be uh more Asia oriented CC. I don't know, just like I love games, but I cannot see myself making content only for a game. Do you get what I mean? I had to take bus 858. Oh, yeah, you're right. I should take the longest bus for the sake of it, right? For the sake of the video, I should take the longest bus. I think I'll die. I don't think the longest bus is worth taking. But there are certain buses that are worth taking. Like the buses that I really want to try are like, oh yeah. I'll tell you the buses that I want to try for the sake of the video. I want to show people the bus that goes here. So there's a bus that goes to the right side of the Singapore country, like this. So the reason why I would recommend it is if you take this bus at non-working hours, you just get the ocean. You just get the sea. It's absolute peace. Ooh, haunted bus. Wait, is my video just gonna be like a 1 hour everything bus related thing in a video? Is that what I should do? That's a fun one. If you're saying haunted bus, then I should be trying the Western bus. Because there's stories of this bus here. The reason why there's stories is because it passes by funerals. Sorry, funerals. What am I saying? Cemeteries. Wait, that would be fun, no? What's the other bus rides that I want to show? I want to talk about my favorite bus. So I have a favorite bus. And I think it's like the most goated bus in Singapore that can never be removed, and it's bus 168. Because 168 is a direct connection from Malaysia to Tampines, which is here. But the reason why it's considered the goat of all buses is because it connects two ends of the country with no stops in between. So, like, there are stops, but it's very few. A lot of the buses in Singapore, like for example, imagine a bus that comes from here to the east side of Singapore. They're not an express bus. They stop at every possible stop. So you imagine every 2 minutes you're stopping at a bus stop to get to, like, if your final destination is to the east, you shouldn't be taking a bus. You should be taking a train. That type of thing. But like 168 is a goat because there's no stops in between. It basically passes through the highway to get you here. So it's a brilliant bus to make a video out of, because I want to show people how it's significant for both Singaporeans and Malaysians, because it connects them to work. It connects them for leisure. It's like, and even if it's not work or leisure, if you have friends living in the northern side of Singapore and you live in the eastern side of Singapore, it's funny because I've always said this to my Singaporean friends. If you live in the northeast and you have a friend living in the west, it's a nightmare to get to them. Like if you live in the east and you go to the west, it feels slightly okay. But if you have a friend that lives in the north and the west, it's okay. If you have a friend that lives in the north and the south, funnily that's very far. And if you think that the east is way further than the west, like than the south to the north, it's actually way faster thanks to a singular bus. I don't know how many goated buses are there in Singapore. There's another one I can remember where it's like you go from here down to the city. But the problem with that is that they built a new train. Like they built a new train line, which technically doesn't need you to take a bus anymore. So the reason why this said bus number 168 will be the GOAT is because they will never build a train from this part of the country to the top. Because if they did build a train, it cuts through too many water bodies, which means that the train either has to be overhead or tunnel. But in terms of costs, it's stupid expensive to do that, especially when the water body is huge. So as a result, we may never get a train. Like, I say that, but I want to say even till I'm a 90-year-old person, if I live till then, I might not even see a train line going from here to here. Once I saw a Woodland interchange, you need to change bus to Woodland checkpoint. No, but it's the fastest way for you to connect to the north. If you ask anyone who lives from like the Pasir Ris to Bedok area, right, they will tell you, oh, you're going Woodlands, never take the train, just take the bus. That's why it's the GOAT of buses, I would say. Aren't trains and metros overhead most of the time? No. More of our trains in Singapore are underground. It's the very reason why I think it's something I'll mention in the video, but I wouldn't even recommend tourists to take trains. Like, of course it's fine if you take trains the first time when you enter the country to like get your accommodation, your lodging. But when you're trying to explore Singapore and you're trying to experience the country, I would say go ride a bus. Because buses are almost never underground. Is the price of the bus overall better? No. Unfortunately, buses are more expensive than train after a certain distance. So like, if you go long distances, except for 168, finally, because if 168 you take the train, the thing is that it's like the route that you take, the distance of the route that you take by the train. If it's longer than the bus, how am I explaining this? It's like the number of stops and like how far it is. Most of the time, for long distance buses, they're more expensive than train. Several are not. No, but even in short distances, like if you're taking a train, a singular train stop, you take a train over a bus to do that. One is faster and it's cheaper. Am I making sense? Yeah. But if like you're not stopping by the train and you're gonna take another bus. If you take two modes of transport, you just take one. Like a singular bus is cheaper than a train and a bus. That's another way to say it. But then again, though, taking public transport in Singapore is cheaper. Yeah. Buses in Singapore are that good. I don't know what Singaporeans would say. Oh wait, shit, I can just click on this. What? I am stupid. Okay, this is the map of 168. So what I mean is if someone lives here, you see how it passes by the neighborhoods? But past this point, you notice how there's 0 bus stops. So there's one here, and it swims its way to here. So versus like taking a train, it's very long. You have too many stops to stop at. Yeah, it's a Zoomer bus. Versus a non-Zoomer bus. Look at this. No, train is not faster than bus when going to Woodlands. Look at this. Everywhere you get a stop. Okay, by the way, this bus in particular is a bit strange. I think there's still activity, like people still take this home. But why I say it's strange is because I feel like it should no longer be. Here's the thing. I guess this is another good bus for me to present for a video. Because you would think that no one would ride this bus anymore. It literally runs along the same path as the train stations. Do you notice this? Exactly the same. But yet people still take it. And I think people still take it perhaps because they just take it for the convenience of reaching. Like, the stretch from here to here is popular for this bus because of the fact that this station doesn't connect to this station. So people take it just to get to places. But it makes me wonder if there's still activity like in between here. Because this is a literal train line. Ooh, experiment. No, but if it's true that it's still a popular bus, it just means Singaporeans love our buses. Right? It just means that that's just how much we adore buses. Not all buses follow the train line. Some goes places. Let me see. What was the bus that you said is the longest bus ever? Oh, but this bus is fast. This bus is fast. It's long. Oh no, no. What is the longest bus in Singapore? What is the longest bus ride in Singapore? Let me check this. 858 have 75 stops. Is it because they count the round? Oh. If you count the round, I feel that's kinda stupid. What is the non-longest round? Wait, the guy is doing homework on the bus? I wouldn't. I should do a lot of weird things when doing this video. Oh no, not that. That's not the weird thing. No, I think longest bus ride should not count the round though. I might argue this is the longest. This one is a misery. Is there something more miserable than this? There one from Pasir Ris to like... No, I don't think so. Oh, no. If there's Tampines to Boon Lay, that's also a misery. No. Nope, there isn't. There's another one that will take the chance of being a misery bus. But the difference is that it does have an express route in the middle, meaning like it zooms. I think this is the latest possible bus to take in Singapore. Like the last late night bus that could get you somewhere home. Because like when it reaches somewhere here, it ends at like 1:30 a.m., which is surprisingly late. Which means that you can have supper here and you can go home if you live somewhere within this area, like within this top area. I don't think there's any other, like on the other side of things as well, it's the same thing. You can have supper here, then you can just go home late. Because they also arrive at about 1 a.m. around this area. You go home. 61? Oh my god. It looks annoying. I like how our bus rides looks like racetracks, doesn't it? Some of our bus rides look like F1 racetracks. What the hell is this line? It's because it's a one-way road. So when there's a one-way road, it starts to spin in a weird way to get to places. This road in Singapore is a fascinating study because it's a huge, like how in highways in your other countries you have roundabouts. Now imagine you have a singular giant roundabout. I think this is the biggest roundabout in Singapore. Should be the biggest roundabout. Like we have things called ring roads, but yeah, that's the biggest spin that we have. What was the other bus that you said? 51? Oh. Oh my. Oh, this will contest this, man. Right, I know what this bus is. I've never rode on it. Oh dear me. It might be fast because it passes by the places where people tend to not take buses. There are certain areas in Singapore where the buses don't get that frequented. This is one of them. This lower stretch. At a certain timing, it's not frequented. When it's going to work and off of work, it will get used. 1-5. Oh. No, I think this one's not that bad. Buses that have a straight line, like you see this is what I consider a straight line. Buses that have a straight line have an easy life. Because they will have very little traffic lights to hit to get to places. 201 has a screwed up roundabout. Screwed up? Oh, is it because it's a one-way? Oh, it's a one-way. Does it not go the other direction at all? Does this bus seriously not go the other direction? Wait, what? So you can't take a bus that goes this way in and... Wait a minute. Wait, this road's kind of... Wow, wait, what? This was kind of terrible. So you can't go backwards on this bus. Your only way is out. So like if you live here, for example, even though it would have been faster if your bus turned in, no, you gotta sit the whole ride. Yeah, and if you miss a stop, you're fucked. You take the glorious spin back. I mean, it's not that bad. You could get off the stop and then. Oh, I say that, but then for some reason there's no bus stop here. So you have to get off the next one. You have to get off here to cross and then. Oh my god, Andy, you used to spin back! Oh yeah, this bus is pretty fucked. Oh, thanks for showing me this. Wow. Yeah, buses in Singapore I think are fascinating to just show to people. Like I want the video to be done in a style that isn't just for like my own country people to watch, but also for like people from the other countries to also appreciate and see. You know, of course maybe they'll get jealous, but like it's still fun to be able to see like the culture that a bus ride can have. I mean, you have the classic bus that goes into Malaysia, right? 170. This bus, actually, no. This is the latest bus. My bad. It's not 168. 170 is the last bus that runs in Singapore, which is a bit fascinating because if you, for some reason, decided to stay in Malaysia very late at night and you happen to live in one of these places, you could get out of Malaysia at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m., I think. And then, like, get home at some point. So, that's another late night steal. And, yeah. I'll go and figure what exactly is the. I think one of the important things when making these videos as well is making sure that I don't go a little bit too ham with like the loadedness of the video and instead figure out what exactly people want to listen to for the video. Because I mean, for a start, being a completely new channel, I do fear the fact that people have shorter attention span and they might not be able to take some long 30 minutes, 40 minutes type of duration. But I'll learn and see what people can do. There's a new video recently that I think you guys can go and watch, and he's a YouTuber that I've completely never seen before, but I think he did such a good job. Really, I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. You should genuinely go watch this video. Okay, I'm naming some completely new YouTuber who decided that he wants his video to go into the music route. And for a first video piece, I was so impressed by him. So, what he basically identified was that in current pop music culture, for some strange reason, no matter if it's an English song or Korean song, Japanese song, like whatever it is, he found out that there are way too many songs using the exact same melody. And he made an entire piece to prove the melody and then prove that certain songs aren't exactly following the melody. And then afterwards, the problem with following a melody is, does it enter a copyright strike? Because if you think about it, in the past, there are music artists that have gotten into fire because they stole melodies from other people. But if everyone is using the same melody, shouldn't someone be getting royalties? And apparently no one is. And the video answers why. If the viewers are your subscribers, then AK players have good attention span. Yeah. I will try to do a good job. How long is the bus time interval to wait? Oh, in Singapore? Short distance buses can be under 10 minutes. Longer distance buses, up to 20. Sometimes, yeah, I think it's like up to 10 and up to 20, depending on the type of bus, which is pretty fast. Because when I say up to 20, I also do mean that it could be just 10 minutes for those longer buses. Does anyone know what's the shortest bus route in SG? Wow, that's a great question. Wait, do I have a guess? It's a neighborhood bus, but which one? Ooh, what a fascinating fun trivia. 811? No, 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 no. This is stupid long. It's probably one of the W and E buses. This is too long. This is also long. It's one of the WEs. This is not bad. Ooh, yeah. This one's not bad. This one could work. Oh, shit, sorry, not WE, but WG is what they go for. Oh, uh, wait, what? Wait, Google say 902. This one feels pretty short though. No, that's a scam. That's just a school bus. That's a fucking school bus. There's no fucking way this is allowed. Stop it. This is illegal. Ban this bus. It's a bro. Students don't even need to take this bus anymore. They just fucking take the train. They built an entire train station for students. Would you believe that? Okay, it's not for students because they try to build a new train station to link to Malaysia. But yeah, your guess 284 had 3 stops. 3 stops is quite few. Oh. Wait. What? The bus serves one road. No, I don't care. The bus serves one road. It could have served more. No, it serves one. What's the point? I think the point is that no other buses enters this road because this road is a roundabout. Right? You see how this road goes in to like the housing area and then it stops here because it's a freaking park and a river. So the road needs to round about here. Wait, who buses serves this? What's the other bus that serves this? Oh, the other bus is nothing. Okay, the other bus is the business bus, which doesn't really count. Okay. Okay, wait. That just makes it. Okay, I need to do this experiment. Thanks for telling me this, bus. What the fuck? Because I now am curious. This is investigative journalism right here. I need to write this bus and figure out if it's the shortest bus, does it even have a crowd? Does it have a crowd? You've only got 3 fucking no, in fact you don't even have 3 stops, you only have 2. In truth, you only have 2 because the bus comes here, the bus comes here. No one's gonna fucking ride the roundabout and wait till here. They'll probably just get off the bus, they'll cross the road and jaywalk the shit out of it. Unless they're so lazy to cross the road that they land here. Even then though, there's only 2 genuine stops. 2 fucking genuine stops. Would anyone ride this bus? No, I'm gonna specifically go there at what you would call the peak hour. Okay, we're going there at peak. Okay? And then I'm gonna fucking sit on it. I need to understand. Does this bus have a crowd? Okay. Thanks for giving me these videos ideas, guys. And like, interview the driver. Will I stream my investigation live? No, I probably won't. Probably film this in private. Yeah, I need to script this as hard as and as well as I can. I think the way I'll say it is this. I'll try to fill as many things that I probably want in the video into a piece. And I think the thing is that Singapore has a very heavy train and bus enthusiast culture. So what I'll probably try to do is just make whatever that I want to film into a video. And then after that, I will, if people have heavy comments on things that they wish to see in a different video, I can do that as like a sequel the next year or something to investigate other weird stuff that people want. Like, I think there's a lot of fun different things that we can do for the sake of the video, because my purpose is to show a scenic bus ride. My favorite bus ride, the shortest bus ride, the haunted. Actually, that makes it for a fun video already, you know. I show like, I don't know, 6 different types of buses or something. That's a simple YouTube idea, right? Longest bus ride, shortest bus ride, the haunted bus ride, and then pam 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 pam. But like, I'll just do it that way, and then it'll be a classic YouTube vid for people to enjoy. Nice and concise topic, while also talking about the stuff. Have I taken the LRT? I have. It'll be interesting to test the quality of the LRT in recent days. What about the going back home bus? Ooh, the going back home bus. I don't want to drop too many hints. I'll just say, I'll just one. Okay, I'll say this for sure. If I do Singapore-oriented videos, and the more I do it, eventually, I'll get doxxed. Eventually, I feel. So, when the day comes, oh wells. The only fun slight hint I'll say is I can walk home. Like, I walk home all the time. But that could just be me avoiding to take the bus. That's the way I describe it. It'll be a fun thing. Imagine every single Singapore video, I like drop a hint at the end of the video so that people can geo-guess where I live. And then all of a sudden, one fine day, someone says, I actually now know where you live. And then I have to think to myself, what do I do with this information? How do I change my house? Changing my house in Singapore is not an easy thing to do. So yeah. Make the channel like exploring Singapore and showing the most fascinating actually things. I think I'll keep the goal very simple when it comes to making this second and new channel. That is, I want the channel to be about, I just want to offer a different entertainment that Singaporeans are used to, or just Asians in general. Because I think the I'm not saying that I can be, because I genuinely do think this is a tall order and it's not easy to do. But if you think of some of the bigger name YouTubers that we often have, even it's funny because you know the Asian YouTubers, like the comedic ones that you would know, they don't live in Asia. Right? Uncle Roger doesn't live in Asia. He's Malaysian, but funnily speaking, a lot more of his background is in UK. Because that's where he lived more of his time. Right? Stephen He is not Malaysian. Stephen He is American, I believe. There's another one. Another comedian that a lot of people love. Nathan Doan. Nathan Doan is also not like Asia. He lives in America. So when you think of like the bigger names in Asia, unless you think of them as biggest because they speak your language, like for example Thai or Vietnamese or Indonesian, and then they have a lot of views because they speak that language and they're the biggest. In terms of like English speaking Asian, there isn't like a lot of people who are that prominent. And even if we have people that are prominent in the Singapore space, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Singaporeans are that proud of the biggest Singaporeans that we have. Would you say so? To me, that's the case. I'm not sure if Singaporeans really feel that way. But the vibe I get is that more often Singaporeans don't give a damn about our biggest names. We do like our medium-sized names, people, sometimes. And here and there, some small ones. So I would love to try to... I wouldn't say to reach that status, but at the very least, I want to offer a different type of content. Oh yeah, there's also Sneaky Sushi, right? Wait, Sneaky Sushi is alive, right? After he got the plagiarism drama that he did. Okay, like he's alive. Wait. Oh my god, wait, the plagiarism drama fucked him up. What? Oh no, they killed him. That's a significant change. Oh, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, he's a Singaporean YouTuber that people like. But here's the thing that I do not really enjoy. So he did some fun Singapore-oriented videos for a period of time. Like you notice he do like, visit the place, classic just taste test, some Singapore-oriented stuff. But he decided that he wanted to pivot his content, which he did for quite a while, and then here and there just some Singapore stuff. How long does it take to run the longest corridor? Fun video idea, is it not? And smallest hotel in Singapore, also fun video. All these super fun. Yeah, he did so many of these. Here's the thing, I genuinely think his earlier days of content was so good for Singapore. Like they were really original. It's his own ideas. It's great. Yeah, he used to be good when he made commentaries about Singapore. Yes, exactly. He was so iconic, but he pivoted. He pivoted into the horror content, right? Full on horror. But it seems his videos has just taken a hit. I think it's a genuine hit. And it's because of this. So this guy basically figured that the way he makes his videos was to look at what other smaller YouTubers are doing, take their script, re-scripts it on his own, and re-narrates it, and then put all the additional images with it. So, not good. I mean, don't get into such situations to screw yourself over. Never plagiarize. I learned this in university. Don't plagiarize. But yeah. The only sort of Singaporean YouTubers that I would say like I definitely enjoy is like Kim is okay. He's like a home classic, and he shows off places and he commentates and everything. It's just that I think I feel the same way of my own content as well. That it's like it can feel very samey after a period of time. Like if you're the longest viewers, for most Singaporeans, it's because he became a comfort food. Like it's just homestay now. So that's why no one is gonna slip off of him for some time. But it will be a slow decline if that's the nature there is, because unless he changes something up in the style that he does. I think just now we had the Kaiser Ho popping up. He's someone who's new. He is making the videos a little bit in line with like the Singapore oriented stuff. And some of the videos that he makes can sometimes randomly pop off and all that kind of thing. But I think the way I kind of see it is that I don't mind making some of the sensational related stuff like these things because it's fun for me to do as well. Actually, is he only doing this from home? I've come to realize. Hold on.
Notes
Are you
that
only
need
doing
to
this
know.
from home or are you getting out there? Ayya, you. Okay, I will one up these videos. You don't do it from home. Just get out there. You live in the country. Go see it for yourself.
Looking at every
Show me the place in actual person. No, Gmap. No, I will go there. No, especially this one. Ayya. Easy content. I mean, I can also make this easy content, but like, no. I would so enjoy if I'm there in person. Yeah, I want to touch grass. Our biggest loved YouTuber, I think, would be this guy. This guy is the most Singapore gone global person. But that's the thing. I don't know if Singaporeans are necessarily proud to own him. Do you get what I mean? Because he's very would I say that he's oriented more to younger audience? There's a certain extent to say yes. Younger people would love to watch him. Teenagers would love to watch him. But when it comes to like the older people, I would say they watch him if they feel that the Singaporean association and humor relates. But it's not. Yeah. And then I think on the other hand, because younger people orientates to him, right? It doesn't matter if it's a Singaporean oriented content because people from Malaysia, Indonesia, all the Southeast Asian countries also feed on his content. You think most Singaporeans don't like Jian Hao? Jian Hao has gotten into a lot of controversy every single year, here and there. This is a modern Wah Banana. Is Wah Banana still alive? Okay, still there. La. But not doing as big as why did they shut down? Oh, I have no idea. What happened to Wah Banana in this time frame? Was there controversy? Wah Banana controversy. What? I didn't even know. Oh my god. Hey, Singaporeans YouTubers cannot escape controversies, yeah? Everyone has gotten into some shit. Like we used to have Dkosh, but Dkosh got caught for what was that, pedophilia or something? Dear me. Oh, Daily Catch Up podcast is a country favorite, I would say. Because again, people just listen to it as like a podcast and like tune in. So but that's what I mean. Like we don't have enough like big Singapore people. And another problem I find with the Singaporean culture also, which I don't want to have this feeling when I'm doing this is that Singaporeans are very how do I say this? Remember us when you get famous? I would remember everyone. What's the bottom right video? It's Amos Yee. He's very, very famous in our country for bad reasons. He when Singaporeans go into this social media stuff, I will not deny that we might be the most, how do I say this? We are the most caught up with numbers type of people. Like, we are the ones that will look at a person who is on social media and then ask like how many followers, how many views, and all that kind of thing. So the thing is that I do think that Singaporean YouTubers or Instagrammers and all that kind of thing, they're a little bit narcissistic and they get very like high on themselves if they get a lot of people watching them. And I don't think that's very fun. And I don't want that to be me. Like, I do want a lot of people to be watching me, but I kind of like, when that happens, I wouldn't really give a shit that a lot of people are watching. Because to me, all it says is I did a good job. Let me continue doing a good job. And then let me live my life in the way that I want. So let's hope that I can fulfill that or achieve that over the next few days and weeks. Just don't let views get to my head. I think the good thing about me as I grow up is the fact that views don't get to my head because when I was young, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to like say this in the form of a video of some sort. I feel like at some point, this is something that I would say before I die actually, meaning like as a memorandum of some sort of like I just want I would love this to be one of the last few things that I tell people. That is my most impactful experience in my life was the fact that I got to meet a lot of friends in the cosplay community very, very early in the days. When cosplay wasn't that prominent in Singapore. Of course, cosplay became so much bigger later on. I wasn't a cosplayer. I just happened to make friends who are cosplayers. But as time passes and these people started, like, it came out at a time when Instagram also started being a thing. So meaning followers are a thing, likes are a thing. I could feel people around me change. So I could feel people feeling good that, hey, they post their cosplay, they get bigger, they get, more famous and all that kind of thing. Well, it's funny because fame in the past is really not comparable to fame today. Fame in the past would be like, I got 1,000 followers. I got 5,000 followers. It's like early day YouTube as well. But truthfully, back then, these people were just sharing their creations and stuff. They like that people were noticing them, and then it just grows and it grows. So when that ends up happening, I could feel people drifting, and I can also feel people being more selective about the people they want to meet, like the friends they want to meet, which I don't think in any way is a bad thing, because I think it's fair to be selective about the friends that you choose, especially at my current age. But like, at that point in time, it also makes me wonder in the sense of like, I think this whole choosiness type of vibe definitely arose from the fact that it's almost like the fame got to their head type of situation. And I felt that from a lot of people, that the bigger that they are, they start to feel like the things that they get to say online has more power. They start to feel that whatever they say don't matter, or whatever they do don't matter. And people do a lot of weird things. I've seen people, cosplayers who get famous, and unfortunately they get into really messed up things where it's like, hey, we've got a lot of fans, so like, what would you do with the fan? You get what I mean? Okay, think of the worst. And I'm saying the worst happened. So, yeah. I think all those interactions that I see when I was young, And this is especially during a time when I had no idea of me getting into Twitch or YouTube. That was enough to teach me that I wouldn't give a shit about if I was famous or not. Like, to me, I see fame as a byproduct of a good job. Right? Because you could say people are very critical and they shame bad things from happening. But yet at the same time, people are also pretty inclined to others that have good achievements in their life. So to me, I would love to be in that sort of status that I do a lot of good things in my life and that people are appreciative of that and I can keep doing it. So yeah. I'm not saying that me doing this transition is gonna work out. I'm not that confident, but I think let's try at the end of the day. So anyways, let me do a little conclusion on the stream. I can't believe I've been yapping for 5 hours. Could you all believe that? I've been sitting here yapping for 5 hours. This guy has a talent or something. How the fuck did he just do this? He could have just talked about all these things in like 3 hours or 2 hours, but no, he said I'll go for 5. And I'm sick, by the way. Yeah, I actually gave you all a true Just Chatting stream. Crazy! I hope some people went to sleep with this. I'm sure some people fell asleep to me while watching the stream. So I'm glad that I put them to sleep. The real Liao Tian Da Shi the CNPM people nickname, lovely. I will still make AK content. I'll still make N3 content. I'm still going to be in the recovery mode. Until then, you'll see me still post up stuff. I will probably have a video that I go full meltdown on Enfield before I talk about CC. And then once that is done, you'll see the first SG-oriented video. This kind of stream feels lovely sometimes. Well, I hope you guys enjoy these type of streams because I can also just chill. I just wish that, like, my true goal is to have a Just Chatting stream. And my Just Chatting stream can have, I don't know, 1,000 people watching me. I don't need more than 1,000. It's nice if it's more than 1,000, but I aim for 1,000. I think that's a nice size of an audience that I would love to speak to and be able to entertain and have you guys to participate in the convo as well. I think it's good that I can talk like my country. I could talk so much about it. I think I can talk a lot about a lot of things. That's just what I'm better at. Because I'm just a naturally curious person that could care about many, many things. Yeah. I'm not a girl. I don't have the assets for it. It's okay. My assets will come in different ways. I've learned the art. Okay? Okay. Funniest thing to end the stream on, I suppose. Let's end the stream on this. I remember when Shoto, so the VTuber Shoto, decided to post his real life pictures. This is very funny to show. So Shoto showed wait, let me show you all this. This was 4 years ago, I think, or 3. So he did this. What the fuck is appearing on my fucking Google search? You know Shoto? He's a very unhinged VTuber. He did this. I think this is 4 years ago or 3 years ago. And this is one of the reasons why he has a lot of fans. Okay? And here's the thing. I think this was either early or when I haven't started gymming. So when I saw this, I was like, this guy has boobs. How the fuck is he doing that? Like, that's an absolute man chest. Wow. Okay, good for him. So I didn't think about it at first. Into all these things. But then, having worked out a lot in the past few months, and then I decided to work on myself, I was like thinking, Wait a minute, I could get there. I could get there. That's why I say I just need to do my thirst traps. I might not be a girl, but you can appeal in different ways. It's all been in the plans. I don't know if it's gonna really work out or not, but yeah. I don't know if I can mimic Shoto. Can I? Close lah, close. Not there yet. Still working on it. I'm definitely closer there now than I used to when I started gymming for sure. Basically, I thought it wasn't very realistic to like okay, this is so weird to say. Oh no, this is so weird to say. I will never I don't think I don't think I have a slim body type. So even though this wasn't really my gym goal, it's so funny that I feel like I'm getting closer to what Chongyue would be. You know, like Chongyue or like Roka is thicker than Chongyue. Wait, who else has that archetype of chest? I can't remember. Oh, I did say I want to mimic Wolfguard. Should be good enough, right? Does that satisfy a female appeal? I don't know about Upenius. We've never seen Upenius topless. So yeah. I would love to get a body like I'm kinda getting there already, I would say. I mean, yeah, I fear my body. Yeah. His skin does show. What do you mean his skin does show? Wolfguard skin? All I know now is that I will be done with my gym workout proper. Realistically, I should give myself to the end of the year. But if I be fast about it, maybe it will take me like 3 months. Cause I don't think muscles are my issue anymore. I think I just need to. I'm basically on a cut now. You know how we always like to say bulk gym bulk cut type of thing. I think I spent much of my lazier years in the bulk, and now I just really just need to lose it all out, and it'll be fine. My guys stream bulk stream like Chongyu's training sessions. Imagine I give you a Chongye training session. One day, I'll achieve that. What else? Hold on, am I actually gonna show my cake early before 2000 sucks? I said the deadline was July. There's no way you'll make that happen. That's 10,000 US dollars. I'm not expecting anyone to pay me 10,000 US dollars. If you pay me 10,000 US dollars, you would have. What would you have done? I would have to give a portion to my editors. That's the first thing to do. And then. I should make some bold stream goals. Okay? We'll figure it out. Next stream we'll discuss this. What is a good 1,000 sub stream goal? And then we'll see. You already got good suggestions. Okay, you got oil up. What else can you do? You got I don't know, special outfit. I still owe everyone a Mud Rock cosplay. Don't worry, I didn't forget it. I will remember it at some point. Go bald. I don't mind going bald. I'm okay to go bald. Because I've gone bald in my life before. It's just that if I go bald, I'm not going to, like, it's gonna take a while for me to go it back. That's about it. What a smart suggestion. I wouldn't mind wearing a maid outfit. Genuinely. It's for the experience. What a smart suggestion. What a smart suggestion. Shave my eyebrows. Oh, I wouldn't want to take that punishment. That's so weird. I wouldn't shave my eyebrows. What? No, that's TOS. I can't go naked. That's absolute TOS. What do I not mind? What do I not mind? What? Sorry. Oh, the maid outfit. Because I think it's funny. Is it not funny? It's like it's one of those things that makes me think, shouldn't I try it once in my life? Just once. There's some things in life where it's genuinely hilarious and makes me go, I think you should just do this once. You know? It's the same thing as like, I've never done the ice bucket challenge. I would just love to do it once. But if I end up liking it, I don't think I would. Knowing myself, I don't think I would. You know, like, oh wait, I showed this on stream, right, to you guys? I showed you that there was a caster and a streamer kissing on a live broadcast in Valorant. It's the funniest shit ever. I can't believe that they did that. Did I show you guys that? It's like one of those things that is just doing that is just funny for the sake of the gag. So why not? I don't know what other weird things I would try though. Necessarily. I mean, if people told me to do a bungee jump, holy shit. Wait a minute. What if I did a 1,000 subs bungee jump? Well, I will be scared. I will poop in the air. I'm not going to do that. But still, I might poop internally in the air. Playing in mud? Oh, I don't mind playing in mud. That sounds fun. For a day, I wouldn't mind doing it. No, bungee jump doesn't feel that scary. No, I think it's scary. I'm not saying it's not scary. It's scary. But you know what I think is worse than bungee jump? I think free fall is worse than bungee jump. Agree? So bungee jump, you tie the string, right? Like on your leg. But free fall is you have the string, they cut. Then you fall. What's worse? You hate free fall? I think I would hate free fall. Bungee is scary versus free fall when the net is smaller. Because sometimes for bungee jump, they have safety net, but because of the way that you sway, you can sway out of the safety net depending on certain places. But free fall is like you have to land on the net. So technically, there's more safety in the free fall. iFly? iFly for what? iFly is the like free flying, almost like skydiving experience. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll enjoy it. Free fall still have a parachute or a landing mat. No, free fall has no parachute. What? Parachute? No. It's landing. Wait, okay. If I did this as a dare, it would be kind of funny because I've never rode a roller coaster. Like I've never rode a bad roller coaster. Like, I've rode rides, but I don't call them a real roller coaster. You understand what I mean? Like I've never done this. Never done this. I've never like swayed to the side. I've done like hill, but I've never had one that spins. I think I'll be scared. How about climbing mountain? One day, I would love to climb a mountain. How about swimming pool tubes? I've done Wild Wild Wet, which I always said that the tornado. So tornado is the one that you free fall. So they have like the giant slinky slide. But the thing is, you start off on the top of like the thing. You enter, and then after the platform drops and you drop with it. That one's scary as hell. I'm so uncomfortable every time I do that. Actually, I feel like the reason why I'm scared of dangerous rides is not the fear of the ride itself. I'm not scared of the fun factor. I'm scared I die. Or I not die, but I'm scared I injured myself. Because you know, like free fall, my fear is always the land. I know that it's generally safe because the way they built the slide is that you would wee and like you will go, you will just curve in and then slide along. But my fear is like, what if my leg gives up on me and smashes and injures the shit out of itself? I'm always so scared of that. But yeah, I should do some scary stuff. I wouldn't ever make. I think no matter what people pay me, I will never do any paranormal related stuff. Not because I believe in paranormal or I don't. I have a belief, a personal belief that is you don't disturb them. I don't care if they exist or not. Whatever that I do things in a way that you do not disrupt them. You get what I mean? So like if people have offerings, if people have stuff to it, or if like if an infrastructure has been left alone, you don't go in there. So like a building or like a house where they're abandoned and everyone is evicted, or like an old hospital that's abandoned, I would never disrupt that place. Because I have the sort of feeling where it's like, yeah, I just wouldn't want to do that. That's the fun part. Nah, I won't challenge it. I don't want to. I feel rude. You see, it's funny because again, I genuinely don't have an answer as to whether I think paranormal exists or not. For one, I've not exactly seen a thing. But like I rather not know. Okay, why am I done? You gotta watch the first 2 hours. You ain't going 1,000 feet. Well, I've got 1 feet near a abandoned building. My friend deliberately drove us there right at the gate. And then when he was at the gate, I was looking at the building and I was like, wow, this looks like the starting sequence of Outlast. Literally Outlast. I've heard lots of paranormal stories. Not experienced one. It's funny that I say I don't experience one when I'm such a late night goer. Like, I spend much of my life outdoors. And even late in the night. Okay. Abandoned buildings are sick. Have you been here the whole time, Smart? No way, right? Smart, surprise me with a question before I end the stream. I've been prolonging this stream. I'm such a yapper. I was supposed to end 20 minutes ago. I continue yapping about fucking rides. There's an abandoned airfield and you're going to explore at the end of the month. Can you film it? No, but if you go there in the day, not fun. You go there in the night. Ask me a closing question, Smart, before I'm gone. I've made the decision on what video I'm going to make later. Just dropped in after dinner. What's up? Oh no. Oh, good summary. You know what? You get the summary for coming in, Comfy Kahuna. That is, I'm going to continue making AK videos and Enfield videos, but I am going to split my effort a little bit because I do genuinely think I just want to make a second channel. Like, AK and Enfield is not helping me as a content creator. And the thing is, I'm not going to play other gacha games because I do not want to play other gacha games. And yeah, I decided what the video will be about. Oh, no closing question on Smart? Okay. Maybe it is time to close the stream, unless he spawns a random Q&A. We're closer to Elden Ring. You're so right. I can actually do Elden Ring on the other channel now. I want to do all the weird games. I want to graduate. I'm graduating, guys. It's truly time. One of these days with a variety stream. Yeah. Play horror game. Yeah, I'll play horror game. So many games out there. Yeah, don't trap me in AK anymore. I mean, I love AK, but factory games. Ooh, factory games would be so fun. I need to graduate. Sorry, AK community. You're left to die. I'm kidding. I just don't want to follow the gacha formula anymore. Ay. Okay. Anyways, 1:38. I started this at 8 p.m. Glorious. 1 day per week variety. Yeah. It's going to be scary, but having AK as my constant is a good choice. It's still going to be my constant. Because I love the game. Just the game doesn't love me. The company doesn't love me. What a pain. What else? Okay, anyways, will I stream tomorrow? Originally, I thought I was gonna go for my surgery tomorrow. If I still am sick, I guess I cannot go for my surgery tomorrow. So I may schedule certain streams in the next few days. I need to schedule time to until Monday, because I'll probably do the surgery on Monday. But yeah, I need to schedule time to now film my IRL video. I hope it'll be good. I'll create a good script for it, and look forward to me finally getting out of my country. Getting out of my country? Getting out of my home? What the fuck? Good night, everyone.